Here's a fun fact about the F1 2009 racing car class. It was the last season before the return of slick tires in Formula One, meaning that car handling and grip levels changed quite dramatically. It was like going from riding on ice skates to a set of sticky rubber, which definitely made the racing more unpredictable and exciting. Alright folks, time's about to run out, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Don't make me come after you with a virtual speed boost. Choose wisely, or just watch your favorite get left in the dust. Alright, so we've got Cerevia with the Braun BGP001, and Igenate with the Red Bull R B5. Both cars are from the same era, so it's going to come down to the driver's skill and car performance. The Braun was known for its excellent balance and handling, especially in its debut year. Meanwhile, the Red Bull also had some serious speed and aerodynamics. Given the car specs and the era, I'd say the race could go either way, but I'm leaning slightly towards Cerevia. The Braun was renowned for its stability, which might give her the edge on Misano's twisty sections. Still, don't totally count out Igenate with the Red Bull's raw power. It's going to be a close one, and I can't wait to see how it all plays out. Welcome back, King Malcolm Rarix. Glad to see you return to the racing frenzy. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars burn rubber and maybe even dominate the track. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race is underway at Misano, and it looks like Bot Feskis is starting strong on pole with that classic 2009 Renault R29. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us all. Feskis has shot off the line to take the lead. Red Panda Manatee 4 is holding strong in second place. Madisberry is right behind in third, trying to find a way around. Red Panda Manatee 4 is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Alan 656 and Madisberry are still locked in a close fight for third. Lemon Cult Games has moved up to fifth place. Catgirl TM is climbing up to fifth place. Alan 656 and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for fourth. The critical leg is advancing to 6th. Beyond Dark Souls is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Yangyrox is dropping back 14 places to 27. Catgirl TM is inching forward 1 spot to 4th. Theskis is inching closer to Red Panda Man 94, closing the gap by a second. Catgirl TM is gaining on Mattisberry, catching up by a little over a second. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 17th place, making moves through the field. Catgirl TM is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Architect is gaining on Alan 656, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Zakarai TV and Yamchubby Panda are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Architect is climbing to 5th place. Joan Wolf is now in 13th. Itsura has jumped to 23rd. Catgirl TM and Theskis are nose to tail for 2nd place. Lemon Cult Games is climbing to 6th, and Maldox CF is inching into 7th. Things are heating up. Catgirl TM and Theskis are nose to nose for 2nd place. Yamchubby Panda is closing in on the critical edge, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Jerk Plays is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 2nd place. Zerarelia has gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Zerarelia and Kithulukachu are nose to nose for 13th. Architect and Mattisberry are nose to tail for 4th place. Billy is climbing up to 18th. Caffeinated Car and Billios are locked in a close fight for 18th. Architect is climbing to 4th place. Zakarai TV is now in 10th. Caffeinated Car has gained 2 spots and is now in 18th. James Mayo is closing in on its Soror, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Everlasting Bot is climbing up 1 spot to take 25th place. Buffin in 18 and Everlasting Bot are locked in a tight battle for 25th. Architect is climbing up to 3rd place. Maldox BFBF is also moving up to 6th. Lemon Coat Games and Maldox BCF are nose to nose for 6th. Mutuba is climbing up to 11th place. Caffeinated Car is closing in on Jerk Place, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Beyond Dark Souls and Village are locked in a fierce duel for 20th place. Malux FCF is climbing up to 5th place. Lemon Cult Games is right behind in 6th. It's Serrar and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Nadisbury is really having a rough time, dropping 11 places to 18th. Alan 656 is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. The Critica Leg is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Mattisberry is really having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 25. Unistix is gaining on Dijo and Wolf, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Billy is climbing up the field, moving into 18th place. Itzaror is climbing to 20. James Mayo is now 21. And Buffin in 19 has made it to 22. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Kachu is creeping closer to Moo Tube, inching down the gap by 1.2 seconds. Bobardo and Buffin in 19 are locked in a fierce fight for 22nd place. Nadisbury is on the hunt for Everlasting Bot, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Mutuba is really taking the scenic route back to the pack. Kacho is climbing steadily to 10th place. Yamchabi Panda is inching forward to 11th. Wow, Red Panda Manatee 4. You really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Oh wow! Red Panda Mini 4 took the victory? Congratulations to you. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that winning streak in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage supercars are often considered the rock stars of the racing world, because their designs and technology are so iconic that they still turn heads on the track today? It's like watching a classic movie star race. Timeless style meets raw power. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choices quick, or you might end up with a car you didn't want. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh! This is a classic muscle car showdown at Cadwell Park Woodlands. Both cars are legends from the golden era of American muscle, so it's going to be a close one. The Mustang Mach-1 has that iconic design and a reputation for dominance, especially in straight lines. The Chevelle SS, on the other hand, is known for its raw power and slightly more aggressive stance. Given the AI driving, I'd say it's about who handles those tricky turns better. If I had to put my chips down, I'd lean towards Skeksis Beaupré's Mustang since its agility and lighter weight might give it the edge on this winding track. But honestly, it's too close to call without seeing the drivers in action. Let's see who's got the faster reflexes today. Alright folks, the race is underway at Cadwell Park Woodlands. Leading the pack in vintage supercars is bot Captain Canadian in a classic 1969 Chevrolet SS. Let's see if that old school muscle can hold on to the lead. Captain Canadian has taken an early lead, with the Fas 84 right behind him. Prodigy Place 58 is holding on to the third spot, but expect some action soon. The Fas 84 just took the lead and is now in first place. Someone is climbing 2 spots and is now in third place. Captain Canadian and someone are nose to tail for second place. Looks like someone just sneaked into second place. Prodigy Place 58 is inching closer to third, and Captain Canadian is holding a tight grip on that spot. This battle for third is getting spicy. Turfinena D3 is driving a vintage 1966 Ford Fairlane Shaw. They're currently in 8th place but seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Skeksis Beaupré is racing a 1971 Ford Mustang Mach 1.1. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 10, but no real moves yet. Strutting Jarl is really closing in on Alwyn Storm now. The gap shrank by 1.42 seconds. They're nose to nose for the 10th place. The tight corners at Cadwell Park Woodlands are definitely favoring the vintage street cars with strong handling, keeping the top spots tightly packed. The Fas 84 is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage street car race under control. The track's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the vintage street cars with better handling, helping the leaders maintain their positions. The tight corners and narrow sections at Cadwell Park seem to favor the vintage street cars with good handling, keeping the top positions close. Tiffy4 is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident right now. Captain Canadian is leading with a 1969 Chevrolet Nova SS. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, but the competition is closing in behind. Turfin 3 is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane, the same as the leader. They're currently in 8th place just behind the front runners. Looks like they're holding their own but need a bit more speed to climb higher. Someone's looking pretty comfortable with that fastest lap, but with only 2 laps to go, he better keep the pressure on, or he might get caught. Turfin 3 is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane, the same as the leader, the E4. They're currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 57.373 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but still chasing the front runners. Captain Canadian and Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for 3rd place. Turfin 3 is climbing up to 7th, leaving some room for others to catch up. Captain Canadian and Prodigy Place 58 are locked in a tight battle for 3rd place. Queen Monda is closing in, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Prodigy Place 58 is dropping back to 9th place. Captain Canadian is now in 12th after losing 8 positions. Queen Monda is climbing up to 3rd place, gaining 2 spots. Shots Fired is climbing to 3rd place. Shoot 'em Up is making a move to 9th. Shoot 'em Up and a Windstorm are nose to nose for 8th. Turfin 3 is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane. They're currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Well, look at that. Someone just took the top spot at Cadwell Park Woodlands. Congratulations on the win. Wow, that is truly the triple crown of racing achievements. Congratulations to the driver for pulling off such an incredible feat. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go is no small accomplishment. They really showed some serious skill and determination today. Hats off to them. Definitely a performance to remember. If I had to pick one of these cars to dominate at Misano, I would probably go with the 1972 Maserati Kamzen. It's a bit of a wild card with that Italian flair and a sporty design that might handle the curves better than some of these muscle cars. Though I wouldn't be surprised if the 1977 Aston Martin 4.8 Vantage or the 1971 Ford Mustang Mach-1 gave it a good run for its money, especially considering speed and agility. But really, knowing these cars, it's all about who can keep that throttle open the longest without losing control. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and the moment of truth is almost here. Make your picks fast before it's too late. I wouldn't want you to miss out on the greatest race of AI-powered cars ever. Hurry up and choose your favorite before the cars start racing without you. Well, with both drivers being kind of mysterious, it really comes down to luck, and maybe a little bit of that AI magic. Since they're both driving the same car on the same track, I'd say it's a toss-up. But if I had to pick, I'd probably go with the one who looks the most confident. Or maybe the one who looks like they're enjoying themselves the most. Who do you think has the edge here? Alright folks. The race kicks off at Misano, and leading the pack is the 1970s supercar class, with the Botschoolbus Rustavi in a 1969 Shelby GT 500. Looks like a classic battle ahead. Schoolbus Rust AV has taken an early lead, with Tokido Kabri right behind in second place. Sputnik NZ is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Chosen's Coast has climbed to fourth place. Chosen's Coast and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for third. Scrooge Champ has advanced to seventh. Scrooge Champ is climbing to sixth place. Hikori Hamzan and Alex Hasnobrain are neck and neck for eighth. The battle for eighth is getting spicy. Scrooge Champ is closing in on Vonon 1857, cutting the gap by a full second. Hikori Hamzum and Queen Manda are locked in a fierce battle for 7th place. Bufin in 18 is climbing up to 9th, leaving someone behind. Hikori Hamzum advances to 7th place. Alexas Nobrain climbs to 9th. Dafitz moves up to 12th. Davidserts and Tuner are locked in a close fight for 11th. Super Sigi is climbing to 12th place. Silver Gaming is now 15th place. Everlasting Bot is making a move to 17th place. Super Sigi and Tuner are nose-to-nose for 11th place. JC Productions and Everlasting Bot are swapping positions for 17. Scorched Log is climbing 1 spot to 24th. Abetablog just overtook Scorched Log and is now in 24th place. They are still neck and neck in that tight battle. Silver Gaming is driving a 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock and is currently in 16th place. Looks like a steady but slow race so far. Everlasting Bot is driving a 1969 Pontiac GTO. They are currently in the 18th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but not completely out of the race either. Sputnik NZ and Tokido Kibri are nose-to-tail fighting for 2nd place. Queen Manda is climbing up to 7th. Tuner is making a move to 10th. Sputnik NZ and Tokido Kibri are nose-to-tail fighting for 2nd place. Hikori Hamzum and Queen Manda are locked in a close duel for 7th. Scorched Log is climbing up the field, just gained 1 spot to sit in 24th. Sputnik N is climbing to 2nd place. Hikori Hamzum has moved up to 7th. The Hyper 7 and Gliding Penguin are neck and neck for 20th. Zealand Fox 213 is climbing up to 21st place. Beats with Kef is now 23rd. Wauk CB has moved up to 25th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Everlasting Bot is stuck in the back with no lap time recorded. Likely a technical issue or just starting out. Their race looks pretty uneventful so far. Sputnik NZ is driving a 1969 Pontiac GTO, currently in 2nd place. Their fastest lap is just behind the leader, so they're staying competitive. Looks like a solid run so far. Silver Gaming is driving a 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their lap time is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Tuner is climbing up to 9th place. Buffini 19 is now in 10th. Super Sigi is knocking on the door of the top 10 in 11th. Scrooge Champ is climbing up to 5th place now. Vanoa 1857 and Scrooge Champ are nose-to-nose fighting for that spot. Queen Manda is making a move up to 11th. Squaffina 19 just overtook someone to grab the 8th place. Tuna and Boofy 19 are still neck and neck for 9th. Grisgopher is closing in on Silverbee Gaming, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Hey Jordan, welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again. Wow, School Bus Rus TV just took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the real classroom champions now. Wow, look at that. School Bus Rus TV taking home the victory. Congratulations, you just showed everyone how it's done. That was an impressive performance. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that winning streak. Sure. A fun fact about the all-random racing car class is that sometimes the cars you get for the race are so unpredictable that it's like the AI is playing a game of which weird vehicle will I get today? One minute you're zooming around in a sleek sports car, and the next you're stuck with a tiny, quirky, bubble-shaped vehicle that looks like it belongs in a circus. It really keeps everyone on their toes and adds a whole lot of chaos and laughs to the race. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down here. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision before the countdown runs out. Don't leave your ride to chance, or you might end up with the slowpoke of the bunch. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Rob Sizzle with his 2007 Corvette King 6 GX has that American muscle spirit, so he's likely to have some impressive acceleration and top speed. On the other hand, Hot Bolognese with the 24 Maserati MC12 brings a lot of Italian flair and sleek design. The Mech 12 is known for its racing pedigree and handling finesse. Considering the Queensland Clubman track probably favors agility and precise handling, I might lean towards Hot Bolognese's Maserati. But don't count out Rob Swizzle. That Corvette is no slouch when it comes to raw power. It's a close call, but I'll give a slight edge to the Maserati. Let's see how these two pile on the speed. Hey Naibe! Great to see you back in the chat. We've got some awesome car races happening right now, so settle in and enjoy the show. Alright folks, we're kickstarting this race at Queensland Clubman with bot Jade Anburn on pole, cruising in a 2019 IP Sakruma Watawan. Looks like a smooth start for that one. Jade Anburn has taken an early lead, holding the front spot. Solid Shadow 91 is right behind in second place, and Popcorn Slayer is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Rob Swizzle is climbing up to third place. Uncleely Gaming is also moving up to fifth. Gliding Penguin and Hot Bolognese are locked in a close fight for sixth. Fragu climbs to 10th place. La Crayon 1980 moves up to 11. GT Swishman 33 and Dishonored Fox are nose-to-nose for 12. Medisberry just gained one spot and is now in 8th place. Neotexum and Ovidus are nose-to-nose for 14. The race is heating up. Uncleely Gaming is climbing up to 4th place. Popcorn Slayer and Uncleely Gaming are nose-to-nose for that spot. La Croissant 1980 is sneaking into the top 10. Hot Bolognese is climbing to 4th place. Gliding Penguin is now in 6th. Medisberry is closing in on Popcorn Slayer, chopping the gap by over 2 seconds. Medisberry is gaining on Popcorn Slayer, closing the gap by just over a second. Neotexum is inching closer to GT Swishman 33, also by about a second. Ovidus is making a move on Fragout, reducing the distance by a similar margin. Fragu is climbing to 12th place. Mina Maistida 21 is catching Ovidus fast, closing the gap by a second and a half. Jade Anburn is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Jordaint and Ovidus are nose to tail for that 13th spot. Ovidus just nudged ahead, but this one's far from over. Fragu is gaining on Neotexum, closing the gap to just a second. Mina Maistida 21 is inching closer to Jordaint, about a second behind now. Rob Swizzle is closing in on Solicha down in 81 and has cut the gap by 30 seconds. They are in a tight battle for second place. Hot Bolognese is now in 3rd place. La Croissant 1980 is gaining on Medisberry, closing the gap by 1 second. Jade Anburn is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like they've got this race under control. GT Swissman 33 is climbing up to 8th place. Fragu is right behind Neotexum, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Hot Bolognese is slicing through the field, closing in on Solid Shadow 91 by over a second. La Croissant 1980 just jumped a spot to 9. La Croissant 1980 and Medisberry are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Gliding Penguin is now in 5th place. La Croissant 1980 has climbed to 7th. J.T. Slishman 33 is knocking on the door of the top 10 in 8th. Dragoo is now in 9th place. Ovidus is gaining on Neotexum, closing the gap by 230 seconds. La Croissant 1980 is gaining on Uncleela Gaming, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Nadisberry and Popcorn Slayer are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Neotexum and Nadisberry are also battling for 11th. Come on. Congratulations, JD and Byrne. Looks like you really took the checkered flag. Well done on the victory. Wow, JD and Byrne really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving right there. They definitely earned that 1st place. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the winning streak in the next race. Hey there, Steve Jumper. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could jump back into the action. Hope you're ready for some epic AI racing. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1967 F11 cars had a really interesting mix of power and innovation? That year the engines were getting more powerful, but teams were still figuring out how to handle all that speed. It was like watching a bunch of talented drivers trying to tame wild beasts. The cars from that era were lighter and more raw compared to today's tech monsters, which made every race feel like a true test of skill and guts. Quite the wild ride. Alright folks, make your choices quick. The clock's ticking, and those cars aren't going to pick themselves. Get your picks in before time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws into the race. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow. What a matchup. Both of these cars are classic and legendary in their own right. The McLaren M5A is known for its sharp handling and raw power, especially in tight corners. On the other hand, the Ferrari 312 is a powerhouse with incredible speed and a sleek design. Considering the track is Virginia International South, which has some challenging curves and high-speed sections, I'd say it might come down to which car can better handle the turns and maintain stability. Given that the Ferrari 312 is a bit more aerodynamic and suited for high-speed straights, I'd lean towards the Ferrari pulling ahead in a straight line. But don't count out the McLaren. It might just carve its way through the corners and steal the show. Ultimately, I'd give a slight edge to the Ferrari 312 because of its superior speed and agility, but hey, in racing anything can happen. Let's see who proves me wrong. Welcome back, deplorably Apple. Glad to see you've returned to the chaos of our AI racing arena. Hope you're ready for some high-speed mayhem. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Virginia International South. Leading the pack is Bottia Mobius in a classic 1967 McLaren M5A, starting from pole position. Looks like we're in for a nostalgic showdown. Steve Jumper has shot off the line to take the lead. Mobius is right behind him in second place. Naturally Unlucky is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Naturally Unlucky and Mobius are nose to tail for second place. Frogsworth just gained a spot to move into fourth. BOR and Frogsworth are now locked in a close fight for fourth. Zikopal is making a bold move up to third place. Fishing is not far behind, climbing to fourth after overtaking 4 cars. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is also on the rise, pushing into fifth with a similar surge. BOArt is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is gaining ground, moving 1 spot to 4th. Beef Sliders is also on the rise, inching up 1 spot to 8th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is dropping like a stone to 14. Fishing is climbing up to 4th. Cosen's Coast is catching up to 5th. Frogsworth is now in first place. Zikopal has climbed to second. Zombush 86 is now in fifth. Ashenaritin is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Tangoducky TTV is doing the same, now 5th. Lord Bootril is also on the rise, grabbing 6th. Looks like a tight battle for those top positions. BOArt is climbing nicely to 11th place. Naturally Unlucky is also making moves to 13th place. Looks like some strategic overtakes happening. Asuyuroni is driving a Ferrari 312 from 1967. They're currently in 8th place and have a decent lap time of 1:12.924. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging for the lead. Asuyuroni just overtook Lord Buttrell for 6th place. The battle for 6th is heating up between Asuyuroni and Lord Buttrell. Fishing is closing the gap on Byward by 1.2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Lord Buttrell is now in 6th place. Steve Jumper is gaining on Chosen's Coast, closing the gap by over a second. Beef Sliders is stuck at the back with no laps completed, while Asuroni is in the middle of the pack. Looks like Beef Sliders has a lot of ground to make up if they want to catch up. Steve Jumper is gaining on Chosen's Ghost, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Naturally Unlucky has climbed 2 spots to 11. Buchitsero is moving up 1 place to 13. Asuroni is climbing to 6th place. Belthane the Beast is making a move to 12th. Immobius is advancing to 15. Art just climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Yamobius also moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Looks like they're both making some progress. Steve Jumper is closing in on Chosen's Coast, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Buchitsero has moved up 1 spot into 15th. Naturally Unlucky is driving an Eagle Mark 1T1G. They're currently in 4th place and have a pretty quick lap time of 1 minute and 10 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own so far. Belthane the Beast is climbing fast into the top 10. Beart is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Immobius is making a move, creeping up 1 spot. Buchiro is closing in on Naturally Unlucky fast, cutting the gap by 16.3 seconds. Immobius is climbing 2 spots, now in 11th place. Naturally Unlucky is climbing fast to 12th place. Buchitsero is also making moves to 13th place. Looks like they're both on a roll. Well, look at Frogsworth hopping to the finish line first. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Frogsworth really pulled ahead and took the win. Congratulations to them. They must have had some serious skill, or maybe just got all the lucky breaks. Either way, fantastic job. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you. The BTCC racing cars are so close in performance, that races often come down to just tiny differences in driver skill and strategy. It's basically a high-speed game of chess on wheels, where the real winners are the ones who can keep cool and make the smartest moves. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or you might end up with the one no one wanted. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Wow. This is quite the classic battle. The 1993 Toyota Carina eGTI is known for its reliability and straightforward handling, but it's not exactly a speed demon. Meanwhile, the 1996 Peugeot 406 offers a bit more modern flair, possibly better aerodynamics, and a more refined ride. But will that translate into winning on this track? Honestly, I'd bet on Tuner the Russian with the Peugeot. The 406 might not be the fastest sports car, but it's reasonably agile, and has a better chance of navigating the twists and turns of the Korean Grand Prix efficiently. Meanwhile, Mighty Chunks Toyota might struggle with the more aggressive corners. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Toyota will surprise us with some vintage charm. Alright folks, the race is off at the Korean Grand Prix track, and leading the pack is the classic BTC car, the Bot Jilgon Miracles, on pole position. Driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo, because who doesn't love a bit of vintage racing flair? Diogino Miracles has shot off the line into the lead. Renault T4 is holding second place, trying to keep up. Red Panda Manity 4 is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Naiba just overtook someone to take fourth place. Naiba and Red Panda Manity 4 are nose-to-nose for third. Helskank is climbing 2 spots to sit in sixth. Helskank and Asironi are nose-to-tail for 5th place. Slipsley Gaming is climbing up to 10th. Joey Von and Slipsley Gaming are locked in a close fight for 10th. Hellskank is climbing to 5th place. Asuyoroni and Hellskank are nose to nose for 5th. Joey 1 is advancing to 10th. Tuna Tarushin is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Cliff Zone has moved up to 12th place. Hikari Hamzam is in 20th place, also moving up 1 spot. The Critical Egg is making a smooth climb up to 6th place. Linilak is also gaining ground, now in 20th. Mighty Chunk is driving a 1993 Toyota Carina EGTI. They are currently in 10th place and haven't shown any signs of overtaking or being overtaken yet. The Critical Egg is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Lady Gami is driving a 1995 Seat Ibiza and is currently in the 18th place. Looks like a steady run but no big moves yet. Cliff Zone and Slipslide Gaming are neck and neck for 11th place. Hish the Husky and Mikkelbrokast are locked in a close fight for 17th. Cliff Zone is climbing up to 11th place. Hish the Husky is making a move to 17th place. Naiba is climbing to 3rd place. Hellskank is now in 4th. The Critical Egg has moved into 5th. The race is heating up. Tuna Tarushin just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Isuironian Tuna Tarusian are nose to nose for that spot. Cliff Zone is chipping away at Joey Vaughan's lead, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Asuironi just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Asuironi and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for 5th. Hish the Husky and Starbucks are locked in a close fight for 12th. Tuna Tharushin is climbing to 6th place. Mighty Chunk is closing the gap on Asuironi by over a second. Nika Broadcast is now in 16th place. Hellskank is driving a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra Dade. They're currently in 4th place, so they're making a decent push but still chasing the leaders. Renog T4 is driving a 1995 Volvo 850, which is holding 2nd place. Looks like the Volvo is hanging in there, trying to keep up with the leader, but no signs of overtaking just yet. Wow, Dioguina Miracles just took the checkered flag. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to victory. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Geogina Miracles. They really drove their way to victory. Now, as for the drivers who can claim a new car, Tuna the Russian, you're up. You've won the bet race, and can claim a 1996 Peugeot 406 from BTC. Well done. Enjoy that classic. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Anneau du Rhin is known for its twists and turns, so a car that can grip the road and pivot smoothly will have the advantage. Top speed is less critical here because quick response and stability through corners really make or break your lap time. So, a balance of good suspension and responsive steering would be my top priorities for this race. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and I wouldn't want you to miss out on the fun. Get those choices in before it's too late. Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning to our little car racing chaos. Hope you're ready for some AI cars trying to outsmart each other on the track. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Queen Manda in the 2016 Pagani Huayra BC versus Autumn Thunderbird in the 2011 Lamborghini Aventador. The Pagani is famous for its lightweight design and incredible aerodynamics, so it might have the edge on agility and speed around Anneau du Rhin. The Lamborghini, while powerful and aggressive, is a bit older and a little less refined. But it's no slouch either. Honestly, I'd say Queen Manda's car might just have the upper hand here. But if Autumn Thunderbird can leverage the Lamborghini's raw power, and maybe make some strategic moves, it could be closer than we think. It's really going to come down to who handles the twists and turns better. Wow! Thank you so much Amin-san for subscribing at Tier 1. Your support keeps the engines running here. Appreciate you being part of the fun. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Anneau du Rhin, and leading the pack is Baudiyama Priest, in a 2014 Ferrari F60 America. Seems like a pretty fancy start for the pole sitter. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with Yama Priest leading the pack, followed closely by King Malcolmerx in second and Down to Quest holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. T-Bone is slicing through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Down to Quest is climbing fast, now in the lead after gaining 2 spots. Queen Monda and King Malcolmerx are nose to nose, fighting hard for 3rd place. The Betty White Show is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Autumn Thunderbird is making a move, and is now in 4th place. Tibolam is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 8. Aminsun just gained 1 spot, and is now in 10th place. Looks like the AI is feeling generous today. T-Bone just overtook Pani 3, and is now in 7th place. They're still close, so expect some more fireworks between those two. Pani 3 just sneaked into 7th place. The Betty White Show and Aminsun are nose to nose for 10th. Aminsun and Indigopate are also locked in a close fight for 12th. T-Bone and Pani 3 are nose to tail for 7th place. The Betty White Show just gained a spot to 10th. Aminsun is also climbing up to 12th. King Malcolmerx is climbing to 2nd place. Pani 3 has jumped 2 spots to 5th. The Betty White Show is closing in on Rosa Goldgaming, cutting the gap by a second and a half. T-Bone just overtook someone to take 7th place. Aminsun is closing in on the Betty White Show fast, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. V39 is climbing up to 14th position. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring agile cars, and close battles, making overtakes tricky, but exciting. The Betty White Show and Rosa Goldgaming are nose to tail for 9th place. Aminsun and the Betty White Show are also locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Pani 3 just overtook someone to grab 4th place. T-Bone is also climbing up to 6th. Aethaplasm and T-Bone are nose to nose. Looks like a battle for 6th is heating up. Pani 3 is climbing to 3rd place. Queen Monda and Aethaplasm are locked in a close fight for 7th. Aminsun is advancing to 10th. Aminsun and Rosa Goldgaming are battling for 9th. Down Quest is leading and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's got this race under control, unless someone pulls a miracle. V39 is driving a 2011 Lamborghini Aventador and is currently in 6th place. Their race seems steady with a decent lap time of 1:41.608, just behind the leader. Aminsun is driving a 2014 Porsche 918 Spyder, known for its hybrid powertrain and quick acceleration. They're currently in the 8th place, close behind the McLaren 675 LT and just ahead of the Lamborghini Aventador. Looks like a solid fight for position. Wow, Downtoquist really sped to the finish line. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Downtoquist really showed us how it's done. Congrats on the win, you clearly have some serious skills behind the wheel. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can do it again next round. Alright. The 2010 Hyundai Genesis Coupe is basically the underdog of sports cars. It has a sleek look that makes you think it's all about speed, but it's actually pretty affordable. Fun fact is, it was one of the first Hyundai models to really challenge the Japanese and German sports car giants, proving you don't have to break the bank to get some serious style and performance. Plus, it's got that sporty rear-wheel drive setup that makes it a true driver's car, even if it doesn't get as much fame as some of its pricier rivals. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hustle because the countdown is almost up. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car will reign supreme. Time's ticking, so make your choice before it's too late. Well, we've got Toadette in a classic Subaru Impreza 22 BSTI from 1998. That car is legendary for its agility and rally racing prowess, so it's got some serious charm and potential. On the other hand, Scorched Log is piloting a 2009 Audi RS6, which is more of a monster sedan with a ton of power and stability, especially on a track like Magione. Given those details, I'd lean toward the Subaru for its lightweight agility and quick maneuvering around tight corners. But if Scorched Log manages to unleash that turbocharged V8's raw power, it could just bulldoze through the straights and make up ground. Honestly, it's a close call, but if I had to put my chips on one, I'd say the Subaru might just edge out because it's more nimble, especially if the track demands quick turns and precise handling. Still, don't count out the Audi's brute force. It's got the muscle to shake things up. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Magione, and leading the pack is the Silverbot from Silver P Gaming. It's zooming in with a 2008 Lotus Elise SC, so get ready for some quick maneuvers. Stay tuned. Silverb Gaming has shot to the front as the race begins, with Piero Gamadak holding strong in second place. Darigos is right behind them in third, trying to keep up. Piero Gamadak just snatched the lead, taking the top spot. Dumboard Boy is climbing to 6th place. Boys are neck and neck for 5th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Sunboard Boy is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 3rd. Aden Flash nudges up 1 spot to 7. Kufo Azo gains 1 position, now in 9th. Deplorably is on a roll, climbing to 14th place after overtaking 4 cars. Nishan Man is making a move too, jumping 3 spots to 20. Sunboard Boy is leading the charge now, moving up 2 positions to take the top spot. Deplorably Apple is climbing nicely to 12th place. Pani 3 is making a move to 16. Nishaman is inching up to 19. Looks like everyone's on the rise. Aussie 222 is driving a 26 Volvo A60R, known for its sporty handling and turbocharged power. They're currently in 8th place, making steady progress but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Deplorably Apple is making a charge, climbing 4 places to 8. Sunboot Boy is having a rough time, dropping 22 spots to 23rd. Cherugamata is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 position to 1st. Sunboot Boy is on a tear, overtaking 21 cars to reach 2nd place. Deplorably is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Scorched Log and Ozxarod are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Cherugamata and Sunboard Boy are nose to nose for the lead. Deplorably Apple just nudged into 6th place. Ozxarod is climbing up to 10th. Pero Gamarasa just snatched the lead, climbing 1 spot to take 1st place. Silver Gaming is also moving up 1 spot, now in 2nd. Darigaus is making a move as well, climbing to 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the top. Renok T4 and Scorched Log are nose to tail for the 10th spot. Timborghini Tuba is closing in on the top 15. Deplorably Apple is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 15. Aden Flash is climbing steadily to 6th. Ozxarod is making a move up 2 spots to 7th. Deplorably Apple is really having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 22. Aussie Dudu the Turn 2 is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to 15. Timborghini Tuba and Aussie 22 are now nose to tail, fighting for the 15th spot. Deplorably Apple is on a tear, climbing from way back to 5th place. Darigaus is closing the gap on Silver Bee Gaming, getting closer by the second. Aussie 1002 and Timborghini 2 are nose to nose for 16th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Edsos 21 is climbing up to 5th place. Renok T4 is catching up to Scorched Log, closing the gap by over a second. Giogino Miracles and Pani 3 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Adenflash is climbing to 6th place. Kufo is making a move to 7th. Scorched Log is pushing up to 9th. The race is heating up. Scorched Log is climbing up to 8th place. Ozituantuto is making a move to 15th. Gufo is climbing up to 6th place and is now battling Adenflash for that position. Mission Man is making a move and is now in 16th place. Wow, Shiro Gamadasa, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Shiro Gamadasa took the win. Congratulations, you really showed those cars who's boss. Now who's next to try and beat that? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Albert Park circuit, it would probably be the 2008 Porsche 911 997G T3 RSR. It's got the kind of agility and handling that suits tight and twisty circuits like Albert Park. Plus, its racing pedigree and balance give it an edge over some of the more brute force options. While some of these cars are impressive on paper, they might not have the finesse needed for a demanding street circuit. So, I'm betting on that Porsche to navigate the corners with style, and maybe even a little flair. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. Make your picks fast before the cars start racing and you end up with whatever's left. Get those choices in now or forever hold your peace. Well, looking at these two contenders, Otterly Artorias in that classic Porsche seems to have the edge when it comes to agility and handling, especially around Albert Park's tight corners. The Porsche's got a reputation for precision and speed through turns. On the other hand, Husky Hog and the Chevrolet Camaro might have the raw power. But that age-old question about control versus brute strength applies here. The Camaro is a bit of a muscle car beast. But I'd bet Otterly Artorias finds a way to weave through the pack with finesse. So, my money's on Otterly Artorias taking the victory. But hey, crazier things have happened in these AI races. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Albert Park and leading the pack is Bot Frankenballs in a 2004 Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. Looks like we've got some classic muscle up front. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Frankenballs has shot off the line to take the lead. Patsorts is right behind in second place, and Icar 77 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Patsorts and Frankenballs are nose to tail for the lead. Autoliartorius just gained one spot, and is now in sixth. Autoliartorius and Casta Flex are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Patsorts and Frankenballs are nose to nose for the lead. Husky Hog is climbing fast, now in fifth and eyeing Casta Flex. Casta Flex and Husky Hog are practically glued together for fifth place. Autoliartorius is climbing up to sixth place. Yakiraman is now ninth. Super Sigi is inching into 11th. Tuna and Casta Flex are neck and neck for 7th place. Indigo Petty just gained one spot and is now in 11th. Wolf of Aco and Begoldnerd are fighting hard for 14th. Tuna just sneaked into 7th place. Akvaithi and Wolf of Echo are still nose to tail for 15th. Estavan Games and Red Panda Manatee 4 are locked in a fierce fight for 19th. Sputnik NZ and Super Sigi are nose to nose for 12th place. Akveti has gained a spot and is now 15. Uskatserod is also climbing, moving up to 17. Uskatserod and Wolf of Aco are locked in a close fight for 16. Trifonenti3 is now in 3rd place. Sputnik NZ has climbed to 12th. Begoldnerd is closing in on Super Sigi, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Autoliartorius is holding a slight lead over Husky Hog, but with only one lap to go anything can happen. Otterley needs to keep it clean while Husky Hog might be eyeing a late move. The GTS cars seem to be dominating with the top spots, probably thanks to their balance and speed on Albert Park's twists. Transam cars are lagging behind, likely struggling with the track's demands or their setup. Aquaithe is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They are currently in the 15th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Hey Jambufin, great to see you back. Hope you've been well. We're just getting into some crazy AI car races, so buckle up and enjoy the thrill. Tuner is climbing up to 6th place. Marty Freeze is also gaining ground, now in 9th. Yaki Ramen and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for 9th place. Geistaflex and Autolatorius are nose to nose for 7th place. Yaki Ramen is sneaking into the top 10, climbing 1 spot to 9th. Condon is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. Their race seems to be stalled with a placeholder time, so they're likely stuck or having technical issues. Yaki Ramen is trying to hold off Marty Freeze for 9th place. They're side by side, wheel to wheel. Autoliatorius is holding 6th but struggling with pace, while Husky Hog is just behind in 7th. Looks like a tight battle, but Otterly might need a mistake from Husky Hog to get ahead. Tuner and Icar 77 are neck and neck for 5th place. Indigo Peta is closing in on Yaki Ramen, chipping away at the gap. Tuner just sneaked into 5th place, pushing past someone. Icar 77 and Tuner are nose to tail for 5th. Marty Freeze is closing in on Kestaflex, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. The GTS cars are dominating with faster lap times and better positioning, likely thanks to their balance of speed and handling. The track's tight corners at Albert Park favor these agile machines, giving them an edge over the Trans Am class, which seems to struggle with consistency. Wow, Frankenbalz took the win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done, champ. Wow, look at that. Frankenbalz crossing the finish line first. Congratulations. Looks like all that time spent tuning those wheels really paid off. Who knew a bunch of code could outdrive the competition? Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars to win at the Nürburgring Mullenbach circuit, I would go with the 2017 McLaren 720S. Its combination of lightweight construction, aerodynamics, and a powerful twin-turbo fuel 8 makes it a really strong contender for a track like this. Plus, it's known for its sharp handling and stability at high speeds, which are essential for conquering the twists and turns of the Nürburgring. Honestly, I think it's got the best shot among this pretty impressive lineup. Alright everyone, last call to pick your dream machine. The countdown is ticking down faster than a turbocharged engine. Get those selections in before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The Nissan GT-R, Nissimo from 2014, is known for its incredible agility and raw power, especially in straight lines. It's a durable, well-balanced car that can handle the twists and turns of Nürburgring pretty well. On the other hand, the Lamborghini Centenario from 2016 is a beast with incredible speed and a low center of gravity, perfect for cornering, like a dream. Based on the cars alone, the Lamborghini seems to have the edge in speed and handling around the corners, especially given the track's challenging nature. But let's not forget, the Nissan GT-R can definitely hold its own with its all-wheel drive and torque. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the Lamborghini might edge out slightly ahead because of its superior speed and cornering ability, but the Nissan isn't going down without a fight. This race could come down to who handles the track better, and both drivers are AI, so it might be closer than you think. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Nürburgring Mullenbach with street cars from 2010 and up. Leading the pack on pole is Bot Celestilinari in a 2010 Lamborghini Gallardo Superleggera. Let's see if it can hold that position or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Celestilinari has taken an early lead, with Yesnin 196 right behind in second place. Jambofin is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Wrestling 567 is climbing to third place. X-Basic Switch and Gravy Graves are locked in a close fight for fifth. Zada Mujijames is advancing to 7th. Zadimo Gijamis is climbing up to 6th place. Catgirl TM is now 9th. Case Teflex has advanced to 11th, closing in. Jambofin is on fire, now leading the race after overtaking 3 cars. Sadimoji James is not far behind, climbing 4 spots to 2nd place. Crystal 33 is making a solid push, moving up 3 positions to 5th. Case Flex is on fire, climbing to first place after overtaking 8 cars. Maya is making a strong move, passing 10 cars to settle in 3rd. Zolicha Doninti 1 is also gaining ground, overtaking 6 cars to sit in 4th. Zademoji Jamis is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 2nd. Shazi is right behind, also up 5 spots to 3rd. Steve Jumper is making a move as well, grabbing 5 positions to 4th. It looks like a tight scramble at the front. Crystal 33D is making a move, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gravy Graves is also on the rise, now in 10th after passing 4 cars. Yasnin Hundi 6 is on a tier, now in 11th after overtaking 5 cars. Wrestling 567 is making a strong push, now in 9th place after overtaking 6 cars. Solid Shadominity 1 is also climbing fast, now in 10th after passing 7 cars. And Maya is on the move, now in 11th after overtaking 5 cars. Things are heating up. Yasnin 196 is on the move, climbing to 9th place. Cased Flex is also making progress, now in 11th. Zeta Mojiames is gaining ground, moving up to 5th. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 6th place. Wrestling 567 is making a move to 8th. No sign of slowing down yet. James Mist is climbing up to 6th place. K-Steflex is making a move to 9th. Looks like some aggressive positioning happening. Gravy Graves is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 12. S-Basics has just nudged into the top 10. Solid Immunity 1 is sneaking into 11, inching closer to the front. Crystal 33 is making a strong push, climbing to 14. X-Basic Switch is dropping back, now in 17. Case Teflex is gaining ground, now in 7th. Wrestling 567 is driving a Lamborghini Aventador EC and is currently in the last place. Their lap times are way off the pace, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya is charging through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. X-Basic Switch is also on the move, climbing 5 spots to 12. Yasnin 196 is losing ground, dropping 6 places to 17. Wow, Jumbo Fiend just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the speed and the luck. Well done. Wow! Jambofin took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that victory, you definitely earned it. Now for the exciting part. Steve Jumper, you've made the most overtakes today. That's impressive. You can claim a 2017 Lamborghini Huracan Performante. Enjoy tearing up the virtual streets with that beauty. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move or forever hold your peace. We're down to the wire, so don't let your favorite slip away. Alright. We've got Mirjako Black in that vintage Sci-Tech Z11 Sen, and Base Nazar 2. In the more modern EDES 03 Nissan. The Sci-Tech might have some old school charm, but the EDES Nissan is definitely more up to date with better tech, and probably more grip. I'd say Base Nazar 2's Nissan has the edge here, especially taking into account how much quicker and more agile newer cars tend to be. But hey, who knows? Maybe the classic Zytec has a few surprises up its sleeve. We'll find out soon enough. Alright folks, the race at Castle Combe is underway, and starting on pole is the Botford EFRO team with their 2010 Oreca FL main in the LMP3 class. Let's see if they can keep that lead. Their Let's Go has taken the lead right out of the gate. 40 Afro is holding second place, trying to keep up. Deplorably Apple is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Trash Crashton is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. 192 Bix just nudged into 4th and is holding strong. Princess Wildface is right behind in 5th and closing the gap. They're about to turn this into a real showdown. Crystal 33 is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cheese and Dashauer is also making moves, now in 14th place after similar gains. Sapbrand again is having a tough time, dropping 8 spots to 18th place. Princess Wildface is climbing to 4th place. Nyalathotep 98 is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, shrinking the gap by 3.2 seconds. Nyalathotep 98 and Chubby Boy RJ are battling it out for 9th place. Madiako Blash is climbing to 7th place. Baysidney's Artwo is now in 10th. Crystal 33 has moved into 11th. The MP3 cars seem to be dominating the top spots with consistent positioning, while the Trans Am cars are trailing behind. The track might favor the lighter, more agile Elm E3s over the heavier Trans Ams. There's Naysart Wu just overtook Chubby Boy RJ, and now they are side by side for 9th place. Chubby Boy RJ is trying to fight back, but Base Nazar Wu is holding the inside line. Dre 192 Gex is in 3rd place with the 2010 Oreca FLM09 and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard and making moves. The tight corners at Castle Combe are favoring the nimble LMP3s, especially the ADIS 03 Nissan leading the pack. The Trans Am cars seem to struggle with consistency, likely due to the track's technical nature. Basin Nisart was driving a 2016 ADIS 03 Nissan and is currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is 1:4.525, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a quiet race for now. Zaprandigan is in 10th place with a Ford Mustang. They're slightly behind the leaders but holding steady. Looks like a solid race so far. Deplorably, M is driving a Zytec Z11SN, starting in 3rd and currently holding 5th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader, so they're hanging in there. Their Let's Go is leading in the LMP3 class with a 2016 ADIS 03 Nissan Alpt. Their fastest lap is a 1:3.117, just slightly slower than the 2nd place car. Looks like they're holding a steady advantage. Princess Wildface and Dre 192 Bex are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Squatbender just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Imdos Platinum Squatbender are also nose to nose for 7. Maja Koblaish is holding a slight edge over Base Nisartu, but with just 1 lap to go, anything can happen. Base Nisartu is closing in, so this battle is far from over. Princess Wildface is closing in on the leader with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got some serious pace to challenge for the top spot. Magical Blech is driving a 2011 Cytec Z11SN. He's currently in 7th place and has the fastest lap of the LMP3 group at 12.916, so he's pushing hard, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Dre192X is climbing up to 2nd place. Magical Blech is chipping away at Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Nyarlathotep 98 is in the 12th place with a Chevrolet Camaro. Their lap time is over 10 seconds slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Well, look at that. Dralitsko has taken the top spot. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic performance by Dralitsko. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove that car like a true champion. I hope everyone took notes because that was some impressive AI racing right there. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 2016 Ford GT-LM. GTE might have the edge. It's known for its balance and raw speed, plus it's built for endurance and handling, which are key on a circuit like Barcelona. The Ferrari 488 GTs are definitely strong contenders too because they're quick and agile. The BMWs are reliable, but maybe not quite as sharp on this track. The Corvette SAR could surprise us with some unexpected speed, but I think the Ford GT's combination of power and precise handling could give it just enough of an advantage to take the win. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking, and the car selection window is about to slam shut. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time to do it, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ovidos is racing the Ferrari 488 GTE from 2018, which is a pretty solid choice with great aerodynamics and handling. Yabuy Rwanda's Corvette C20 R from 2015 is no slouch either, but it's a bit older and might not have the same edge and agility. I'd give Ovidos a slight advantage here based on the car's modern design and performance. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen, so I'm just here for the chaos. Alright, folks. The race is underway at Barcelona, and leading the pack is Ovidis in a 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE. Looks like they're off to a strong start, but this race is just getting spicy. Ovidis has shot off the line to take the lead. Yabuerwanda is right behind in second place, and Unstable is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Stabigale Killams just gained a spot to 5th place. Spearlike-Hale and Stabigale Killams are nose-to-nose for 5th. Rosaurus is also climbing, now in 7th. Unstable and Yabuerwanda are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Rosaurus is climbing up to 6th. Willow Shrub and Asayuroni are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Asuroni and My Name is Styler 21 are nose to tail for 9th place. Toadette just gained 1 spot, now 11th. Willow Shrub and Toadette are fighting hard for 11th. Spearlike-Hale and Rosaurus are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Asuroni just gained 1 spot, and is now 9th. Willow Shrub and Toadette are trading paint for 11th. Toadette just snuck into the top 10. Yumbofin and Death Empress are making their way up, but still a bit behind. The race is heating up. Spearlike-Hale is climbing up to 6th place. Rosaurus and Spearlike-Hale are nose-to-nose for 6th. Wolf's Light is making a move to 25th. Yabuerwanda and Ovidis are nose-to-nose for the lead. Rosaurus just sneaked up 1 spot to 6th place. Blinshiaka 21 and Spearlike-Hale are locked in a close fight for 7th. Vinchicott 21 just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Spearlike-Hale and Flinchicott 21 are nose to tail for 7th. Prodigy place 58 and Skeksis Biopri are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. Vinchicott 21 is climbing up to 6th place. Asuroni is now in 9th. Looks like they're both on the move. The GTE cars seem to be holding their positions well with a tight pack at the front, probably thanks to the track's balance of speed and corners. The GT3s are a bit more spread out, likely due to their different handling and speed profiles on the circuit. Willow Shrub and Jambofin are nose to tail for 12th place. Wolf's Light just gained 1 spot to 24th. Darigals and Wolf's Light are locked in a close fight for 24th. Darigals just overtook Wolf's Light, and now they are neck and neck for 24th place. Blingshare 21 and Stabigale Killams are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Spearlike-Hale and Asuroni are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Mafia Mavi is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Josh Bish just overtook Chubby Boy RJ for 28th place. They're practically glued together. The Criticaleg and Bacho Grande are nose-to-nose for 21st place. Chubby boy RJ and Josh Biosh are also locked in a close fight for 28th. Nacho Grande is driving a Ferrari 488 GTT. They're currently in the 21st spot, just ahead of the last few races. Looks like a steady race but not quite on the podium pace. Unstabil is really having a rough time falling back to 9th place. Stabigao Killens is climbing up to 3rd. Not bad. Glenn Sheikot when he won is also making moves up to 4th. Looks like the fight for the top is heating up. Wow. Ovi just really sped to victory, didn't they? Congratulations on the win. Oh wow, congratulations to Ovidus on winning the race. That was quite the display of driving skills. Now, Jambo Finn, you did the most overtakes, so you get to claim the 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE. Nice job. Looks like someone's got a new set of wheels to show off. Here's a fun fact about the 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL. It was the fastest four-door sedan of its time, capable of reaching speeds over 140 miles per hour. Imagine being able to cruise in what looks like a luxury sedan but has the heart of a muscle car under the hood. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before we're stuck with whatever the AI throws in. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate the race. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow. Both these cars have some serious muscle. But I have to give a slight edge to Yaker Raymond and that classic Ford Mustang Boss 302. It's a bit more agile and designed for racing, especially on a twisty track like Surfer's Paradise. The Bonneville is a big cruiser, more at home on open roads and tight corners. So, I'd say Yakaraman is probably going to take the lead and maybe even win this one. But hey, surprises happen when AI drivers are involved. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Surfer's Paradise. On pole, we have bought Meg's Boring Life in a 1970 Chevrolet El Camino SS Looks like a classic choice for some slow and steady racing. Let's see if they can hang in there. Meg's Boring Life has shot to the front, holding the lead. Steve Jumper is right behind in second place, and Pondon is rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start so far. Jebo Ugi and Solid Shadon in 81 are neck and neck for 5th place. Relaxed View just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Relaxed View and Jebo Ugi are also fighting for 6th. Cloud Service 69 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zulid Shadonina T1 is gaining ground and now sits in 3rd place. Jordant is inching up to 8th, making a little progress. Zulid Shadonina 81 and Steve Jumper are nose to nose for 2nd place. Cloud Surfer 69 is closing in on Pondon, chipping away at the gap. Yakiraman is gaining on Fuzo, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Zolichadon 81 is now in 2nd place. Jebuagi has climbed to 6th. Unistix is now in 10th. Forzo is climbing up to 12th place. Dri192 Gex is now in 15th place. Both making some moves today. Unistix is climbing up to 9th place. Relaxed View and Unistix are nose to nose for 9th. ER Special is advancing to 16th. Dri192X is really closing in on Yakaraman, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Yunus Gottlieb's just moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Unistix is driving a 1968 Pontiac Bonneville. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. Jebu Ugi just overtook someone to take 5th place. Cloud Surfer 69 and Jebu Ugi are nose to nose for 5th. Jordant and Your Instinct are fighting hard for 7th. Unistix is closing in on Jordant and has cut the gap by 2.1 seconds. Yunus Gottlieb is climbing up to 16th place, making a move. JB and Pondon are nose to nose for 4th place. Unistix is closing in on Jordane with a 1.1 second gap. Buzzo just climbed 1 spot to 11th. Jebuogi is climbing fast into 3rd place. Your Instinct just nudged into 6th. Jordan and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail for 7th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Your Instinct are nose to tail for 6th place. Dank Noggins is chopping down the distance to Unisix by 2 seconds. Yunus Gottlieb just sneaked into 15th after a little climb. Your Instinct is now in 5th place and closing in on Pondon. Jordanch is climbing to 7th, so the race is heating up. Jordan Jate is climbing to 6th place. Unistix is now in 8th. Pozzo is knocking on the door of 10. Pozzo and Cloudsurfer 69 are nose to nose for 9th place. Relaxed Few is chipping away at Dank Nuggins, closing the gap by over a second. Eunice Gottlieb's just sneaked into 13th, climbing 1 spot. Instinct and Steve Jumper are nose to nose for 4th place. Unistix has gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Pozzo has also moved up 1 spot to 9th. Jordanj just sneaked into 5th place. Unistix is inching closer to Your Instinct, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Cloudsurfer 69 is climbing up to 9th, making a move. Eunice Gottlieb's is closing in on Dank Nuggins, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Pozzo is climbing up to 10th place, overtaking 1 car. Dank Nuggins and Fuso are locked in a fierce fight for 10. Instinct just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Eunice Gottlieb's and Dank Nuggins are nose to nose for 11. Eunice Gottlieb's just overtook Fuso and is now in 10th place. They're really neck and neck for that spot. Jordan just sneaked into 5th place. Looks like they're on the move. Pozzo and Cloudsurfer 69 are nose to nose for 9th. This race is heating up. Pozzo is climbing up to 8th place. Eunice Gottlieb's is closing the gap on Cloudsurfer 69, now just 1.5 seconds behind. The battle for 10th place is heating up. Wow, Meg's boring life? You really took the checkered flag. Guess all those boring days paid off with a win. Wow, Meg's boring life took the victory again. Congratulations on the win. You're on fire today. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, Jordan, you've done the most overtakes. That's quite the impressive feat. You can now claim the vintage 1971 Ford Falcon XY GT. H.O. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that the Circuit of the Americas is the only track in the world designed by a team of architects with a background in designing roller coasters? So you could say it's built for a wild ride even if you're just watching AI cars race around it. Alright folks, time's running out for you to pick your favorite car. Make your decisions quick before the race starts without you. Ooh, this is a throwback showdown for the ages. Uncle Tobin's got that classic Triumph, which is more about style than speed. But who knows, maybe it has some hidden tricks up its sleeve. Aisley's Nissan Fairlady Z432 is a real muscle car from the era, and probably has a bit more pep in its step. Considering the circuit of the Americas is a mix of sharp corners and fast straights, I'd give the edge to Aisley just for the power and agility that a Z should have. But then again, Uncle Tobin might surprise us with some vintage charm and clever driving. My bet? Aisley's Nissan takes it by a nose. But don't count Uncle Tobin out just yet. It's going to be a fun ride to watch. Alright folks. The race is kicking off at Circuit of the Americas, and leading the pack in the slow car class from the 1970s is the bot Lotusos, driving a 1972 Maserati Merak. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Lotusos has shot to the front as the race begins, holding the lead. Agrids 34 is right behind in second place, and Buffini 19 is holding on to third, trying to keep up. Looks like a tight start at the front. Aisley is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Unknown Cactus is making a move to 13th. H2 Hovea is also pushing forward to 14th. Looks like a busy race for the mid-pack. Buffy 19 is climbing to 2nd place. Its Bumblebee is now 7. Uncle Tobin has moved into 9th. Caffeinated car is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Aisley is closing the gap on Agrids 34, cutting it down by a second and a half. Aisley and Agrids 34 are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Aisley just sneaked into 5th place, nudging ahead of Agrids 34. The fight for 5th is heating up with those two neck and neck. A2, AC, and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close scrap for 13th. Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios is on a roll, climbing 3 places to reach 10th. Aisley is inching closer to the top 4, moving up 1 spot. Agrids 34 is also making progress, climbing 1 spot to sit in 5th. Unknown Tactics just overtook someone to move into 11th place. H2 Hove is also climbing, now in 13. H2 Hove and D Jamaket are nose to nose for 12th place. Looks like a close fight. H2 Hova is climbing up to 12th place. James Misk is making a 2-spot jump to 13. Quiz 44 and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are locked in a fierce duel for 16. Shotskis just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is also climbing up to 15. Yagishat and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are nose to tail for that 15th spot. Axton Hits is climbing up to 8th place. Wenty Tapsambomix is making a move to 19. The battle for 18th is heating up between Exi Tapsambongs and the Chaotic Weirdo. James Misk is slicing through the field to take the 10th place. Ruth Free Boy Gaming Studios is climbing 1 spot to 9th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is also moving up 1 spot to 14th. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to 11th place. Wenty's Tapsambomsieggs and the Chaotic Weirdo are neck and neck for 19. Yambo Fiend is creeping into 22nd. Lin Lilac just snuck into 5th place. Agreeds 34 and Lin Lilac are nose to nose for that spot. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Basinat Row is really dropping back now. Down to 23rd place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing steadily. Now in 7th. James Misk is also on the move, claiming 8. Unknown Tactics is gaining on its Bumblebee, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. HU2 Hove and Axton Hits are fighting hard for 11th place. Shotskis and Uncle Tobin are locked in a close duel for 13th. Agrids 34 is inching closer to Lin Lilac, chipping away at the gap. James Misk and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Unknown Tactics is closing in on its Bumblebee, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in on Agrids 34 fast, cutting the gap by 2.30 seconds. Unknown Tactics is climbing up 1 spot to 9th place. Its Bumblebee and Unknown Tactics are nose to nose, fighting for 9. Wow! Lotusos just took the checkered flag. Looks like they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Congratulations on the impressive victory. Wow, look at that. Congratulations to Lotusus. They really showed everyone how it's done. Who knew they had it in them? Great job, Lotusus. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Montmelo Rallycross track. Did you know it's actually built right next to a Grand Prix circuit? So, you could say it's like the playground for racing fans who can't decide if they want speed on 4 wheels or 4 wheels on a circuit. It's pretty much the perfect spot for some high-octane chaos and a little bit of racing fireworks. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your pick now or forever hold your peace as the AI race cars line up for battle. Don't miss your chance to choose the winning machine. Alright, so Ashannerton is in a 2016 Toro Rosso's TR11 and Jester 133,796 has the 2016 Red Bull RB12. Both of these cars are quite similar in specs since they're from the same year, but little nuances could make a big difference on Montmelo Rallycross. The Toro Rosso has a bit of a reputation for being a bit more agile in tight corners, which could give a Ashannerton some edge in a rallycross setting. The Red Bull, however, is known for its overall power and stability. Given the track and the cars, my money's on the Red Bull to come out a little ahead, thanks to its raw power and stability. But hey, the Toro Rosso's agility might just make it a fun surprise. Who do you think will take the win? Alright folks, the race is underway at Montmelo Rallycross track. Leading the pack is Batya Barawanda, starting on pole in a 2016 Ferrari SF16H. Looks like he's got the early jump, but let's see if anyone can catch up. Gabitha Minimac has taken an early lead with Yabor Rwanda right behind in second place. GamerBoss72 is holding strong in third. Looks like a close fight already. WowXCB is climbing fast into second place. Matthewsaurus Rex is making a move into fourth. James Misk is also advancing into fifth. The race is heating up. Ashen Armerton is slicing through the field to grab the fourth place. GamerBoss72 is climbing to second, inching closer to the front. Matthewsaurus Rex is also on the move, taking third and making the race interesting. James Misk is climbing fast into fourth place. Yesterone 133, 796 is making a move into sixth. Yaboy Rwanda is also advancing into seventh. WowXCB is gaining fast on Jambo Finn, now just a few car lengths behind. Yesteronan 33,796 is inching closer to Ashanriton, but still a bit of a gap to close. Ashanriton is on a roll, climbing to second place after overtaking 3 cars. Yesteron 133,796 is also making moves, grabbing third after a similar surge. Yaboy Rwanda is not far behind, pushing into fourth with 3 quick overtakes. The top 4 are all in a rush. Ashanriton is closing in on Matthewsaurus Rex, cutting the gap by 3.3 seconds. Yanbo Fiend has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. WowXCB is also up 1 spot, now in 8th. Ashanriton takes the lead and is now in first place. Yesterone 33,706 moves up to second Dato. WowXCB climbs 2 spots and is now in 6th. Matthewsaurus Rex is now in first place, leaving the rest in the dust. GamerBoss72 has climbed to 5th, inching closer to the top. Yesterone 33,796 is now in first place. GamerBoss72 has moved into second. Yaboy Rwanda has climbed into 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Yambofin is stuck in the last place with a Force India VJM09 and no lap time recorded. Looks like a rough start for them. Yambofin's car is a Force India VJM09, and it looks like their race isn't going anywhere fast, with a time of 99 minutes and 99 seconds. WowXCB is driving a McLaren MP431, known for its aerodynamic design and speed. Looks like they're holding a solid position in the middle of the pack, probably just trying to keep it steady. Gabitha Minimac is racing a Force India VJM09, but it looks like their race is not going well with a very slow lap time, and no movement in the standings. GamerBoss72 is driving a Mercedes F1W07 hybrid and is currently in second place. They've got the fastest lap so far, so their race looks pretty strong. James Misk is in 8th place with a Williams FW38, but their lap times are showing as invalid or not recorded. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, or maybe just having technical issues. Wow, look at that! Yesterone 133,796 just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, Yesterone 33,796 really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! You must have some serious skills to come out on top in this AI car race. Can't wait to see if you can defend your title in the next round. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Forley Ring GP circuit, I would probably go with the Red Bull Racing RB18. It just seems to have that edge in agility and speed, plus the driver skills are often on point in the simulation. The Ferrari F175 could give it a run for its money, but I think the RB18's balance and raw power might just give it that slight advantage. The others are all pretty close. But if we're talking about winning, Red Bull usually knows how to make the most of a tricky circuit. Alright everyone, time's ticking down. Make your last-minute picks or forever hold your peace. We don't want any crying later when your favorite car gets knocked out early. Alright, we have Fish the Husky in the red and fierce Red Bull RB18 versus Team Tinatia in the sleek Mercedes W13. Both are top contenders on the Forley Ring GP, but if I had to pick, I'd give a slight edge to Fish the Husky, with that aggressively fast Red Bull. It's like bringing a shiny, speedy rocket to a friendly race. But hey, Team Tinatia, don't count her out. Mercedes is known for its tricky handling and strategic finesse. It's going to be a close call, but I'm betting Fish the Husky's car and driving style will give him that extra push to cross the finish line just ahead. We'll see if I'm right or if Tina can pull off an underdog victory. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Forley Ring GP, and leading the pack is bot Anonymous Mini 3 in the shiny 2022 Mercedes W13. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position or if the other bots have a surprise in store. Anonymous Mini 3 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Tuner is holding strong in second place, and Fish the Husky is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Skegsis, Beaupré and Byward are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Daydream Keeper and TPTPA are locked in a close fight for 7th. Kufo and Evolution 154 are battling hard for 9th. Evolution 954 is climbing to 8th place. Erotic and Kufo are locked in a fierce duel for 10. Yabuero Wanda is advancing to 12th. Aerotech just moved up one spot to 10th place. Rogue and Yabuero Wanda are nose-to-nose for 12th. G Maxiide and Asaroni are locked in a close fight for 18th. Raineki just made a nice jump to 12th place. Asaroni is climbing fast to 14. Donert Santhari is on a roll, overtaking 5 cars to land in 15. Yaboy Rwanda is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 26th. Skeksis Beaupré is inching up 1 place to 5th. Skeksis Beaupré and Team Tenetia are nose-to-nose battling for 4th place. Aerotech is holding off the Dreamkeeper by a nose for 9th place. Quimanda and Vanoni 1857 are still neck and neck for 22nd. Eganarite is trying to sneak past Quimanda for 23rd. Whip 3 out 25, and Mr. Roche are neck and neck for the 20th spot. Quimanda is inching up to take 22nd. Vanona 1857 and Quimanda are locked in a close fight for 22nd. The Chaotic Weirdo is climbing up to 26th place. Dorogue is catching Eganarite fast, closing the gap by 2 seconds. The Chaotic Weirdo is driving a Red Bull Racing RB18 Aho. Looks like they're trying to keep up but are currently in the middle of the pack. Not bad, but definitely room to overtake some of those ahead. Team Tinatea and Fish the Husky are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Aerotech and the Dreamkeeper are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Dorogue is chipping away at Eganarite's lead, closing the gap by a second. Yaboy Rwanda is closing in on SS Daven Games, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dorogue is climbing up 1 spot to take the 27th place. James Mayo is in 23rd place with a time of 1:54.005. Their race seems pretty slow compared to the leaders and others ahead. SS Davin Games just overtook someone to climb to 23rd place. Vanona 1857 and S Days Davin Games are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Strutting Jaw is inching up to 29th. Strutting Jarl's car is an AlphaTauri at T03, but it looks like they're currently stuck in the pits or off the track with no lap time recorded. Their race seems to be going nowhere fast. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the more agile cars like the Mercedes and Red Bulls, while the Williams and Haas are struggling to keep up. Strutting Jarl's car is stuck in the 2022 AlphaTauri, a T03, and their race seems to be a complete non-starter with no lap time recorded. Wow! Anonymous Nina T3 took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Anonymous Nina T3 really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. That was a dominant performance. Looks like they're the boss of this race today. Sure. Did you know that the 1994 Ferrari 512 TR is actually a successor to the famous Testarossa? It was designed to be a bit more refined and reliable, but let's be honest, it still looks as wild and aggressive as a supercar should. It's basically the car equivalent of a sleek predator ready to pounce on the open road. Hey, everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in before it's too late. Don't make me have to choose a silly one for you. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Supercar is cruising in a 1996 Lotus Esprit 50 today. That car is known for its agility and quick handling, but it's a bit older and might lag behind in outright speed compared to a supercar. On the other side, Mutt Wolf has the 1992 Jaguar XJ220, which is an absolute beast with insane top-end speed and a sleek design. Given the cars, I'd say Mutt Wolf has the edge in raw speed and power. But don't discount Supercar's agility on a tight track like Blackwood GP still. If this comes down to pure speed and power, I'd put my money on the Jaguar XJ220 to take the win. Time to watch these virtual monsters go at it and see if I'm right? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Blackwood GP and up front we have bought Indigo Pete in the 1997 Lamborghini Diablo SV. All set to burn some rubber. Let's see if that classic supercar can hold the lead or if the AI algorithms have other plans. Indigo Pete has shot off the line to take the lead. Archerana 92 is holding strong in second place, while Lee Russell is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Yambofine is making a move, climbing to 6th place. Akvaiti is also on the rise, now in 14th. Gnaveling is gaining ground, pushing into 19th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Josh Biosh is climbing up to 8th place. Ovidus is also moving up to 9th. Joey Von and Ovidus are nose to nose for 9th. Akvaiti advances to 13th place. Beats with Kef climbs to 16th place. Zolaj had Dawn in 81, and Beats with Kef are battling closely for 16th place. Schmerzen Live is climbing up to 3rd place. Yambofine is catching Daisy Canes, closing the gap by a second. Yambofine and Daisy Canes are locked in a close fight for 5th. Yambofine just sneaked into 5th place, leaving Daisy Chains behind. They're still battling hard for that spot. Sputnik NZ is climbing steadily to the 17th position. Matthewsaurus Rex and Joey One are locked in a tight fight for 10th place. Zolich Hadanini T1 is climbing up to 15th. Bean Streams is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 18. Yambofine is climbing to 4th place. Josh Bosch is making a move to 7th. Ovidus is closing in on X Nobodies. cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ovidos and Ixnobodixel are nose to tail for 8th place. Joey Von is climbing up to 12th, inching past Akvathi in a close duel. Mootwolf is driving a 1992 Jaguar X J220. A sleek and fast car, known for its impressive top speed. They are currently in the 14th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race for them so far. Deschamps is climbing up to 5th place. Ovidos and Ixnobodixel are still neck and neck for 8th. Bean Streams is making a move to 15. Ovidos is climbing up to 8th place. Sputnik NZ is also gaining ground, now in 13th. Akvathi and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Beats with Kef is driving a 1996 Lotus Esprit Vietetto. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace, sitting in the back with a slow lap time of 1 minute 33 seconds. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 12th place. Beans Streams is now in 14th place. V39 and Akvathi are nose to nose for 15th place. Matthewsaurus Rex is gaining on Ixnobodixel, closing the gap to just over a second. They're locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Sputnik Enz is also on the move, chipping away at James Mayo's lead by nearly a second and a half. Daisy Shines is inching closer to Jambofine, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Matthewsaurus Rex has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Sputnik NZ is closing in on James Mayo, also by 1.6 seconds. Those two are locked in a tight battle for 11th place. Wow, Indigo Pita, you really outpaced everyone else. Nice job winning the race at Blackwood GP. Looks like all of that practice paid off. Wow, Indigo Pita just took the win. That's pretty impressive, I gotta say. Congrats to Indigo Pita for dominating the race. Now let's see if they can keep that momentum up for the next round. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196. It's got that legendary F1 pedigree. And on a circuit like Oschersleben, which favors handling and downforce, I think it'll outmaneuver the older and more historic models. Plus, it's probably still got enough speed to show those vintage racers a thing or two. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and soon these virtual racers will be hitting the track without your input. So make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with what's left. Hey there, everlasting apex. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI car races. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed fun, and maybe a few unexpected surprises on the track. Sit back and enjoy the race. Ooh, this is a classic showdown of vintage speed. The Ferrari 156 F1 from 1961 is a legendary car with a history of swift moves and sharp corners. But the Porsche 718 RSK from 1958 is no slouch either, known for its agility and lightweight design. Given the track at Oschersleben and the historic quirks of each car, I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge because of its more powerful engine and racing pedigree. But don't count out the Porsche just yet. It could really surprise us with some nimble handling. Guess we'll see which classic redefines racing today. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Oschersleben, and leading the pack is Botnox Exodus in the 1955 Gordini T32. Not bad for starting on pole. Now let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the other cars have a trick or two up their sleeves. Schmerzneve has shot off the line to take the lead. Nox Exodus is right behind in second place. Rosé is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Yamofine is climbing to third place. Everlasting Apex is now in fourth. Two Peasanda podcast has moved up to ninth. Rosegold Gaming and Everlasting Apex are nose to tail for fourth place. Random 69 just gained one spot and is now in seventh. Lisa Shibi and Random 69 are also fighting for seventh, so expect some fireworks there. Captain Canadian is driving a 1953 Cooper T23. They're currently in 15th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Rosegold Gaming is climbing fast into third place. Yambo Fien and Rosegold Gaming are nose to nose for that third spot. Etaplasm is inching up to 5th place. Captain Canadian is on a roll, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Global Exo is making moves too, now in 14th place, also with 3 overtakes. Rosie Gaming is closing in on Nox Exodus, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Lisa Shibi just gained a spot to 7th place. Captain Canadian is closing the gap on Yongdan Studio Hall 2, cutting it down by over a second. Global Gage is climbing up to 13th. Rondon 69 just sneaked into 5th place. Looks like they're on a roll. 2Ps into podcast is climbing to 7th. Not bad, but still chasing the leaders. Global AS is inching into 12th. Making progress, but plenty of room to catch up. James Misk is climbing up to 12th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is now 13th. Everlasting Apex and Renog T4 are locked in a close fight for 15th. Nonstop 102 just climbed to 8th place. Captain Canadian and Unstable are right behind, both moving up 1 spot. Looks like a little shuffle in the middle of the pack. Captain Canadian is driving a Cooper T23 from 1953. They're currently in 10th place, so not doing too badly, but definitely not threatening the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady, but need a bit more pace to climb higher. Rinuk T4 is gaining fast on Global Sexel, closing the gap by 12 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is sneaking up on James Mist, just under 2 seconds behind. Global's Exo is inching closer to Beyond Two Dark Souls, with a 1.5 second difference. Rondom 69 is creeping up on Jandolfin, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Global's Exo is inching closer to Beyond Two Dark Souls, chipping away at 1.3 seconds. Everlasting Apex is on the hunt for Renog T4, shrinking the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Nox Exodus is driving a 1955 Gordini T32, which is holding the lead at the moment. Looks like they're trying to keep that top spot with consistent pace. Captain Canadian is driving a 1953 Cooper T2323. They are currently in 10th place, with a lap time of 1 minute 55 seconds and 42 milliseconds. The race looks tight for them, but they might need to pick up the pace to climb higher. Congratulations to Schmerz and Lev on their victory. Looks like they really drove away with it. Well deserved. Wow. Schmerz and Live really pulled off a win, didn't they? Congratulations on that victory. Looks like all of those late-night practice sessions paid off. Great job out there. Here's a fun fact about the 1958 Austin Healey Sprite. This tiny car earned the nickname Frog because of its unique and expressive headlights that look like a frog staring back at you. It was designed to be an affordable sporty car, and it definitely made a splash with its cute but quirky appearance. Who wouldn't want to race a frog on wheels? Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before the race starts and you miss out on all the fun. Don't be that person who forgets until it's too late. Oh wow, this is like a vintage throwback battle. The Austin Healey Sprite from 1958 versus the Triumph TR3B from 1962 to both classic British cars. But let's be honest, their age and design mean this isn't about raw speed, but more about charm and handling. The Sprite is lightweight and nimble, perfect for weaving through corners. The Triumph, with a slightly more powerful engine, might have a slight edge on straightaways, but could struggle a bit on tight turns. Given that Enna Pergusa has a mix of sharp curves and long straights, I'd put my chips on the Triumph TR3B for a slight advantage. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, especially if it decides to turn the wrong way for no reason. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Enna Pergusa with some vintage flair. Lotte Generite is starting on pole in the 1958 Austin Healey Sprite. Looks like this little beast is ready to show some old school charm. Generite is leading the race right now, followed closely by Ediliv in second place. Marty Freeze is holding on to third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Ediliv and Generite are nose to tail for the lead. Marty Freeze and Ediliv are fighting hard for second. Shoot 'em up and Marty Freeze are locked in a close scrap for third. Marty Freeze just overtook someone to climb into second place. Yaki Ramen is also making moves, now in 10th. Uncle Tobin and Yaki Ramen are nose to tail for that 10th spot. The Betty White Show is charging through the field, now in first place after overtaking 13 cars. Marty Freeze and the Betty White Show are locked in a close fight for the lead. Anarchix is climbing up the ranks, now in fourth place. Anarchix and Degenerate are battling hard for a third position. Marty Freeze and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for the lead. Anarchix just snuck into third place, climbing one spot. Shoot 'em up is also on the move, grabbing fourth position. Marty Freeze and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for the lead. Shoot 'em up just snuck into third place. Yaki Ramen is climbing up to fifth, leaving a few behind. Marty Freeze and the Betty White Show are nose to tail for the lead. Shoot 'em up and Marty Freeze are also close for second. Apia Dope is climbing, now in sixth, looking to crack the top 5. Shoot 'em up just overtook for second place. The race for first between Shoot 'em up and the Betty White Show is heating up. Anarchix and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for third. Shoot 'em up just took the lead, claiming first place. Yaki Ramen is closing in on Anarchix, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Yaki Ramen and Anarchix are locked in a fierce fight for fourth place. Marty Freeze is now in second place, closing the gap. Yaki Ramen has climbed to third, making a nice move. TPKA is up to fifth, keeping the pressure on. Yaki Ramen is climbing up to second place. Apradope is now in sixth. Egenrite has moved into seventh. The race is heating up. TPKPA and Anarchix are neck and neck for fourth place. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 13th. Looks like he's on a mission. The vintage street cars are definitely keeping the race unpredictable with their quirky handling and slower lap times. The track's tight corners and vintage vibe seem to favor some drivers over others, but overall it's a game of patience and luck. Wayne Brzeski is gaining ground on Egenerate, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. They are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Wayne Brzeski just moved up one spot to 7th place. Rumyafis 13 is closing in on Egenerate, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. Daisy Chance is also gaining on Rumyafis 13, closing the distance by 2.6 seconds. TPPA just overtook someone to take 4th place. TPPPA and Marty Freeze are nose to nose for third. Daisy Shins is climbing up to ninth. Daisy Shins is driving a 1939 Alfa Romeo 6C2500 Corsa .T. Their race seems steady but not quite enough to move up, sitting in 10th place. Rumi Fizz 13 is driving a 1955 Porsche 356A. They are currently in the 10th place and haven't set a fastest lap yet, so it looks like a steady but unremarkable race for them so far. Igenerait is climbing to 7th place. Rumi Fizz 13 is now 9th after moving up one spot. Veskis is closing in on Daisy Chains, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Apiabdope is gaining on Anarchy 6, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Wayne Nubretsky has moved up one spot to 7th place. Veskis and Daisy Chains are locked in a close fight for 10th place. TPKA is driving a 1951 Ferrari 212 Export and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is 2:38.81, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite on the leader's level. Daisy Shines is climbing to 8th place. Zealand Foxed. Russia narrowing the gap to Veskis, less than 2 seconds now. Marty Freeze is driving a 1962 Triumph TR 3B. They're currently in 4th place but have the slowest lap time among the top contenders. Looks like a steady but not speedy race for them. Congratulations to Shoot 'em Up for winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to leave the others in the dust in a Pergusa. Well done. Wow! What a fantastic win for Shoot 'em Up. Congrats on taking the victory in this wild race. Looks like they really knew how to handle those AI cars like a pro. Great job! Sure thing. Did you know that the vintage slow cars racing class is basically like a parade of nostalgic charm? They might not be breaking records, but watching these old-timers chug along with their glorious quirks is like witnessing a classic movie scene unfold in real time. It's less about speed and more about celebrating the timeless style and character of these vintage beauties. Alright friends, the clock is ticking. Make your last-minute picks before we start the race. Don't leave me hanging with these AI cars all alone, they need your guidance. Oh wow. This is a classic car showdown for the ages. The Edsos 21 and that 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop is like watching a vintage beauty glide across the track. But then again, the Krikshkin in 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ brings some serious Italian flair and agility to the race. Considering the age and design, the Talbot Lago is more about style and elegance, not necessarily speed and agility. The Alfa Romeo, on the other hand, is known for its sporty handling and performance. My gut tells me the Alfa Romeo might just have the edge here, especially in a race scenario where agility and a bit of modern racecraft can make a difference. But hey, in a race where vintage charm is involved, anything can happen. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Interlomas. And look at that. Bodypex Milkbag is starting on pole in a classic 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. Classic beauty. But let's see if it can keep up with the modern speedsters. Apex Milkbag has shot off the line to take the lead. Tales of Strili is hot on their heels in second place. Meg's Boring Life is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to spice things up. King Malcolm X is climbing fast into sixth place. King Malcolm X and Ovidus are nose to nose for fifth. Belthane the Beast is inching up to eighth. King Malcolm X is climbing up to 5th place. Nexaromaval is inching closer to 12th. Max Spirali and Nexaromaval are nose to tail for 12th. Merchican Live just sneaked into third place. Next Boring Life and Merchican Live are nose to nose for that spot. Ovidus is closing in on King Malcolmerx, cutting the gap by a second and a half. They're battling hard for 5th place now. King Malcolmerx advances to 4th place. Strong climbs to 6th. Broxworth and Asironi are nose to nose for 10th. Tales of Strie takes the lead and is now in 1st place. King Malcolmerx moves up 1 spot to 3rd. Merchican Live and King Malcolmerx are nose to nose for 3rd place. Merchican Live is climbing to 3rd place. Yama Priest is now in 8th. Asironi and Belthenity Beast are nose to nose for 9th. King Malcolmerx is now in 3rd place. Trek is gaining on Nexaromaville, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Yama Priest and Ovidus are nose to tail for 7th place. Nectaromaval and Asironi are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Apex Milkbag is leading in a vintage street car, a 1959 Maserati 3500 GTX. Looks like they're holding on to the front, but the race is tight behind. King Malcolmerx is climbing up to 2nd place. Kakrishk has moved up to 11th. Everlasting Apex and Mech Spirally are nose to nose for 14th. Belthaneta Beast climbs to 8th place. Beltana Beast and Yama Priest are nose to nose for 7th. Asironi and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for 9th. Merchican Live is closing in on Apex Milkbag's rear, cutting the gap by over a second. Ovidus is climbing up to 8th place. Keish and Asironi are locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 4th place. Shron is chipping away at Merchican Live's lead, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Keish is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 9th. King Malcolmerx is driving a 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am AMT. He's currently in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. Looks like he's pushing hard but still has some ground to make up. King Malcolmerx has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Yama Priest is closing the gap on Shron, and they are battling for 6th place. Koshik advances to 7th place. Ovidus also climbs to 9th. Nectaromaval and Asironi are nose to nose for 11th. Yama Priest is driving a 1959 Austin Healey 106 Dodge. They're currently in 8th place just behind the leaders. Their lap time is a bit slower than the front runners, so they might be struggling to keep up. Kakrishk is climbing up to 6th place. Ihava Exema is catching Frogsworth, closing the gap by a second and a half. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina. They're currently in the 16th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Krish is closing in on Merchikan Live with a 1.2-second gap. They are battling for 5th place. Belthane the Beast is climbing up to 9th place. Meg's Boring Life is closing in on Apex Milkbag's rear, chipping away at that gap. Shran is climbing up to 6th place, making moves. Asuoni is on the rise, jumping 2 spots to 9. Belthane the Beast is climbing up to 8th place. Brogsworth is narrowing the gap to Ovides, getting closer by 1/42. Shran is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina, known for its agility and lightweight. They're holding on to a solid 6th place, but the gap to the leaders is growing. Looks like a steady race so far. Wow, King Malcolmworks took the victory. Looks like they're the ruler of the racetrack today. Well, deserved. Wow, what a fantastic victory for King Malcolmworks. Congratulations to them on crossing that finish line first. Looks like they really knew how to handle those AI cars with style. Can't wait to see if they can do it again in the next race. A fun fact about the Group 4 racing car class is that it was originally created in the 1970s to encourage more privateer teams to compete by allowing a mix of different modifications and designs. So basically, it was the Wild West of racing classes where creativity and chaos were encouraged. Imagine a bunch of passionate car enthusiasts trying to outdo each other with customized speed machines. It's like a racing version of a garage sale, but somehow way more intense. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to do it. The countdown is ticking down fast, so get those choices in before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI take the wheel. Oh, what a pair of classic beauties. Wanga Tank 7272. With that vintage Holden Tirana a 9X, it's got some serious muscle and a bit of that old school grit. Then we have Wei Fuan in the sleek Jaguar XJS, which might glide through the corners with style. But will it have enough raw power for a long race? Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up. The Tirana might have the edge in acceleration thanks to its muscle car roots, but the Jaguar could surprise us with smooth handling and finesse. It's like comparing a rough and tumble boxer to a polished ballet dancer. If I had to make a call, I'd lean toward Wonga Tanks in 272, just because that Terraina's got the kind of attitude that takes home the race. But don't be too surprised if Wei Fuan pulls off an impressive upset with that elegance. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Highlands Motorsport Park Long Track. Leading the pack is Group 4's Bot the Foz 84 in a classic 1965 Shelby Daytona. Looks like the vintage beauty is taking the front spot. Let's see if it can hold on. The race kicks off with Foz 84 leading the pack, followed closely by Relaxed View in second place and Queen Manda holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is holding steady in sixth place. Caffeinated Cars closing in on the top 10. H2 Hove is making a move, climbing 2 spots. Wangatang 7 272 and Matrixco are neck and neck for 4th place. Celestia Linari and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th. Caffeinated Car and Celestia Linari are battling it out for 8th. Wangatang 7 272 just snuck into 4th place. Caffeinated Car is climbing fast, now in 7th after gaining 2 spots. Celestia Linari and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail for 7th. Looks like a tight squeeze. Caffeinated Car is now in 6th place, inching closer to Wei Fuan. Wei Fuan and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 6th. Amin-san has climbed to 9th. Not bad for a little push. Celestia Linari is climbing up to 7th place. Terrifikitten is making a move to 18th. Keep an eye on those positions, the race is heating up. Caffeinated Car is gaining on Matrixco, closing the gap by 2nd and a 10th. Amin-san and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for 8th place. Jerk Place is climbing up 1 spot to sit in 15th. Schoolbus Rustefi is driving a Triumph Dolomite Sprint from 1973. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady, but not exactly making a move. Terrifikitten and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for 17th place. Ixragnarox is inching closer to Chosen's coast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Caffeinated car just overtook someone to climb to 5th place. Matrixco is not giving up without a fight for that same spot. Jerk Plays and Pumpkin Flurry are locked in a close duel for 14th. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 14th place. Terrific Kitten is also moving up to 17th place. Zombush 86 and Terrific Kitten are nose to nose for 17. Caffeinated Car is driving a 1966 Porsche 906, a classic racing legend known for its speed and agility. They are currently in 6th place, so not too shabby, but definitely looking to shake things up. Wangatang Saven 272 is driving a 1977 Holden Torana a 9X, a classic Australian muscle car Doherty. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Queen Monda and Relaxed Few are nose to nose for 2nd place. Terrific Kitten is closing in on NX Agarax, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Wangatang 7272 is holding a slight lead over Wei Fuan. But with only 1 lap to go, it's anyone's game. Wangatang needs to keep it clean while Wei Fuan might be looking for a late move. Terrific Kitten is gaining on NX Agarax, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Chozeng's Coast and Zombush 86 are locked in a fierce fight for the 18th spot. Wangatang Saven 272 is holding a slim lead over Wei Fuan. But with only 1 lap to go, it's all about who can keep it clean and fast. Wei Fuan might be playing it safe, but she's got the pace to challenge if she pushes. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 13th place. Anaxagarax and Pumpkin Flurry are nose to nose for 15. Terrific Kitten and Anaxagarax are also locked in a close fight for 16. Terrific Kitten is climbing up to 16th place. Zombush 86 and Chozeng's Coast are nose to nose for 18. Duffus 84 is leading in a 1965 Shelby Daytona, a classic muscle car known for its sleek design and racing heritage. They're holding a solid lead with the fastest lap so far, so it looks like they're in control for now. Terrific Kitten is driving a 1968 Porsche 912R. They're currently in the 17th place, just ahead of the last few in Group 2. Looks like a solid effort, but definitely some room for improvement. Congratulations to Thiefads84 on winning the race. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done! Wow, the FOTS 84 really showed everyone how it's done. Great job leading the race and taking home the victory. You absolutely crushed it. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance, because Yas Marina North has some sharp turns and technical sections. A car that can stay glued to the road and navigate through the corners smoothly will have an advantage here. Straight line speed is important too, but the real game changer is how well the car can attack those twists and turns without losing grip. Alright everyone, last chance to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Make your choices now or forever hold your peace. We want some thrilling battles out there, so get your picks in quick. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup here. On one side we have a Bombsy with a 2022 McLaren Elva. That's a sleek modern supercar with all the latest tech and speed. On the other side, Dank Nuggins is piloting a 2011 Mercedes Sterling Moss, which is a vintage classic, with elegance but maybe not as much raw speed. Given the modern edge and cutting-edge aerodynamics of the McLaren, I'd bet a Bombsy is probably going to take the win here. The Elva is built for speed and agility, especially on a track like Yas Marina North. The Mercedes, while a beautiful throwback, might struggle a little to keep up with that level of performance, especially on a circuit designed for high velocity. So my money's on a Bombsy in the McLaren Elva. But hey, certainly not counting out Dang Nuggins, sometimes vintage charm can surprise us. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Yas Marina North, and starting on pole is Bot Cloudy with a 2012 Audi R8 Spyder G. Let's see if this classic beauty can keep up with the modern hypercars. Raudiv Zarov has taken the lead right out of the gate. Cloudy is holding strong in second place. Stankit is currently in third. But don't blink, or you might miss a move. Belthane the Beast is making a move, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Tangadaki DTV is also climbing, now in 16th, after a similar surge. Captain Trippy has gained 1 spot, now in 4th, inching closer to the podium. Abomzi climbs to 7th place. Vanona 1857 advances to 9th. Vanuna 1857 and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close fight for 8th. Silvuk Gaming just overtook 2 cars and is now in 8th place. Silvuk Gaming and Abomzi are nose to tail for 7th. Manont 1857 and Silverby Gaming are battling hard for 8th. Bleach Maps is climbing to 4th place. Its Bumblebee is now in 5th. Abomzi has moved into 6th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Abomzi is holding a slight lead over Dank Nuggins, but with only 3 laps to go, it's anyone's game. Expect some aggressive moves soon. Random 69 is driving a 2009 BMW 134 Judavith 8-door Solwyn. They're currently in the 18th place, so not quite the front runner, but still hanging in there. Timbogini Tuba is charging through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Its Bumblebee is closing in on Bleach Mepsi, narrowing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Highmise is climbing up to 7th place, making a solid move. Abomzi is climbing fast into 4th place. Silver Gaming and Highmise are locked in a fierce battle for 7th. Belthanetheist is inching up to 12th. Captain Trippy and Silverbeak Gaming are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Belthane Beast is inching up to 11th. Excepcion and Belthane Beast are locked in a close fight for 11th. Highmise and its Bumblebee are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Excepcion just gained 1 spot to sit in 11th. Belthane Beast and Excepcion are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Bleach Meps is closing in on Abomzi, cutting the gap down to just over 1.5 seconds. Highmise and its Bumblebee are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Excepcion and Vanon 1857 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Bleach Mepsi is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Highmise has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 position. Tangaducky TTV is now in 11th place, advancing 1 spot. Timborghini Tuba is driving a 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit. They're currently in 15th place, holding steady but not making much noise up front. Silver Gaming is climbing to 7th place. It's Bumblebee and Silverbeak aiming a nose-to-nose for that position. Tango Ducky TTV is making a move up tonight. Captain Trippy and Tango Ducky DTV are nose to tail for 9th place. Timborghini Tuba just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. Belfinatiste is also climbing now in 13th. Abomzi is climbing up to 4th place. Imais is now in 5th. Desateur is making a move to 15th. Wow, Rowdy Zarov, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the finish line was just a formality for you. Well done. Wow! Rowdy Zarov really outdid themselves this time. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all those late-night practice sessions paid off. Well, fun fact about Surfers Paradise is that even though it's called a racetrack, it actually looks more like a roller coaster for cars with all those twists and turns. It's practically a thrill ride for the drivers, but right now for the AI racers, it's more like a game of tag with a lot of sharp corners. The real question is, who's going to surf past the others first? Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment, or it might just pick a wild one for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow! 2 classic beauties going head to head at Surfers Paradise. It's like a vintage showdown. The AMC Javelin is known for its solid handling and muscle power, but the Mercury Cougar has that smooth, stylish vibe, plus a potentially better aerodynamics advantage. If we're talking raw speed and agility, I'd probably lean towards the Mercury Cougar just because of its sleek design and lighter build. But the Javelin might surprise us with some unexpected bursts of power. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'm betting the Mercury Cougar will edge out in the end. Still, either one could throw a curveball and steal the show. Alright folks, the race is underway at Surfer's Paradise, and leading the pack is the vintage Trans Am car driven by Botley Roche. She's starting on pole in a classic 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Let's see if that old school muscle can hold off the competition. La Roche has taken an early lead. Rosa Godgaming is right behind in second, and Team Tenatia is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Rosa Godgaming and La Roche are neck and neck for first place. Ye Boogie just gained one spot and is now in fourth. Avilderino and Rosaurus are fighting hard for seventh. Rosa Godgaming just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Figurete Sport and Nexaromava are still nose to nose for fifth place. Agvaiti has climbed one spot to 8. Wildrino is climbing up to 8th place. Tangadaki TTV is now in 13. Dylan Fox 213 has moved into 15. Rosaurus just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Figurete Sport and Rosaurus are nose to nose for that spot. Agvaiti and the Wildrino are also neck and neck for 8. Things are heating up. Rosa Godgaming is leading in a vintage Dodge Dart from 1968. Their race looks smooth so far with a perfect lap time, but they haven't faced much competition yet. La Roche is leading the race in a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Looks like she's holding on to that top spot pretty comfortably so far. Rosaurus is climbing to 5th place. Bjorn Art is making a move up to 14th. Bjorn Art and Ogswolfie are nose to nose for 13. Nexeromaval just overtook someone to take 5th place. Avilderino is climbing up to 7th. Figurete Sport and Wildrino are nose to nose for 7th. Figurete Sport is now in 7th place, climbing one spot. Wildrino and Figurete Sport are battling closely for 7th position. Bjorn Art is advancing one spot to take 13. Wildrino is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. They're currently in 8th place, hanging just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Agvaiti and Wildrino are nose to tail for 8th place. Imbus Platinum just gained a spot and is now in 16th. Imbus Platinum and Stabex are locked in a close fight for 15. Agvaiti is climbing one spot to take 8th place. Wildrino and Agvaiti are nose to tail for 8. Imbus Platinum is gaining 2 spots to land in 14. R77 is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang GT. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not gaining much ground. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack effort so far. Zion Fox 213 is driving a 1971 Ford Falcon. Looks like they're stuck in a no man's land. Not quite catching the leaders and not being caught either. Bjorn Art is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo G. AC, they are currently in 16th place and seem to be holding a steady pace, but their lap times suggest they're not pushing too hard. Anarchy 6 is sneaking closer to a Wild Reno, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Silent Foxed 113 is climbing up one spot to 15th place. Nixa Romaval is gaining ground on Jabu Ogi, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. They are nose to tail for 4th place now. Rose Hours just sneaked into 5th place. Figurete Sport is closing in on Nixa Romaval, but still a good distance to make a move. Anarchizix is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200. They're currently in 11th place, just ahead of the Ferrari and Alfa Romeo. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to catch up. Well, look at that. Rizigald Gaming took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Rosé Gaming really pulled off an incredible victory. Congrats on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Can't wait to see what you do next round. Sure thing. Did you know that the New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval Track is famous for combining the twists of a road course with the high-speed straightaways of a traditional oval? It's like giving the cars a roller coaster ride without the loop-the-loops. Definitely keeps the drivers on their toes and the viewers on the edge of their seats. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hurry up because the clock's almost out. We don't want any of those AI racers standing around waiting for a driver, do we? Get your choices in so we can see who's got the best taste in cars. Wow, what a matchup. Both of these cars are legends from the golden era of racing. The Porsche 917 LH is known for its incredible speed and balance, especially on fast tracks like the Roval. The Ferrari 512M, on the other hand, is a fierce competitor with a reputation for agility and sharp handling, which could be crucial on those tricky turns. Considering the track and car characteristics, I might lean towards Cobercle in the Porsche. Its raw power and stability might give it a slight edge on the high-speed sections. But Remy Fis13's Ferrari could really shine in the more technical parts, making this a close call. Ultimately, I think it might come down to who handles the turns better. But I'd put my chips on Cobercle and the Porsche for taking the win here. Alright everyone, the race is underway at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval. And leading the pack is Bob Autumn Thunderbird in a classic 1967 Ford GT40 MK R41. It's quite the throwback to see that beauty up front. Autumn Thunderbird is leading the race, followed closely by Rosaris in second place. That's Altiserena is currently in third. Looks like a tight start. Cobercle is on a roll, climbing to the 9th place. Shoebox TV is making a charge up to 24th. Meg's Boring Life is sneaking into 26th after a quick overtaking spree. Crenta Live is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Maricus is making a charge, now in 10th. Drew or False is gaining ground, moving into 16th. Deletsko just overtook someone to take 4th place. Bethry Lane and Drew or False are still neck and neck for 16th. Vanona 1857 is climbing up to 21st. Trash Crashton is climbing up to 17th place. Bethralene and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for that spot. Gary 710 and Rexon Zera are also locked in a close fight for 19th. That's Altiserena is closing in on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross rapidly, just 5.1 seconds behind. Gary 710 has climbed one spot to number 19. Vanone 1857 also moved up one spot to 20. Looks like Vanoni 1857 and Gary 710 are about to have a little showdown for 19th place. Vanona 1857 just blitzed through 3 cars to claim the 17th place. White Kevanona Nutges into 14th. Anna Nanamias into 14th. Drewer Files climbs into 15th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Buffin is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Everlasting Apex and Balsamic in 283 are nose to nose for 11th. Kingrid is inching up 1 spot to 22nd. The Let's Go and Gamer Boss 72 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Balsamic Fin 283 is climbing up to 10th. Looks like a little race within the race. Everlasting Apex just climbed 1 spot to 11. The fight for 10th is heating up between Everlasting Apex and Balsamic in 283. Wild Kevinona is closing in on Space 6 Switch, cutting the gap by over a second. Bunnysuff Doom is climbing up to 8th place. Gary 17 and Rexon Zera are both inching closer to the top 20, moving up 1 spot each. Venona 1857 is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Cobraco is climbing steadily into the top 10. Your Instinct is making a small move forward, inching closer to the middle of the field. Grandilave is climbing up to 4th place. Taita 61 and Jambofin are both moving up 1 spot each, now sitting in 5th and 6th. The race is heating up. The Let's Go is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. That Salty's Arena is closing in on Venom 1857 fast. Just 17.5 seconds behind now. Crandalive and Gamerboss 72 are neck and neck for 3rd place. Looks like a battle to the finish. Maricos and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for 10th place. Meg Scoring Life is climbing up to 18. Buffin is inching into 20th. Yambufin and Titus 61 are nose to tail for 5th place. Vanona 1857 is closing in on Iron Cross a Wooden Cross, cutting the gap by a second. .1. Bunnysoft Doom is driving a Porsche 917 LH. They are currently in the 10th place and just behind the leader in their class. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Congratulations to Autumn Thunderbird on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow, Autumn Thunderbird really brought their A game today. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally deserved it. Can't wait to see what you do in the next one. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because Bahrain's mix of high-speed straights and tight corners really tests a car's agility. Power is important, but if the car can't grip the track around those turns, all that speed it is pretty pointless. Balance and braking performance also come into play since you want to be able to brake late into those sharp corners without losing control. So overall, a well-rounded car with excellent downforce and strong braking is what I'd prioritize for Bahrain. Alright folks, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI-powered race car takes the crown. Get your choices in now or forever wonder what could have been. Well, this is an interesting matchup. Queen Manda with the classic 2011 Mercedes Sterling Moss versus Dishonored Fox in a sleek 2015 McLaren P1 GTR. I mean, the Mercedes is a lovely vintage piece, but we're talking about a supercar that's practically a racing legend in its own right. The McLaren, on the other hand, is built for speed and agility, especially on a track like Bahrain. My money's on Dishonored Fox grabbing the lead early and holding on to it, but Queen Manda might surprise us with some vintage charm and experience. Still, I think the McLaren's modern tech and raw power will give it the edge. But, hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially when the cars are as interesting as these two. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bahrain with bot GamerBoss72 on pole and a 2009 Pagani Zonda R. Honestly, I don't know what's more impressive, this car or how it's going to keep up today. Buckle up! Donglitzone 3 has taken the lead right out of the gate. GamerBoss72 is holding strong in second place, and Jungenstort 202 is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. King Malcolm Rex is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 15th. Dylan Wolf is making moves too, overtaking 3 cars to land in 23rd. Connor Malady is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Jungran Store 2 and GamerBoss72 are neck and neck for second place. Shalesy is climbing 2 spots to 11th. Imogen Tempus and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 11th. Yungan Story 102 is climbing to second place. Necrophantasm and Pondon are nose to nose for 8. Imogen Tempus is making a move to 11th. Derek Plays is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9. Necrophantasm is inching up to 8. Now Necrophantasm and Husky Hog are nose to nose for 7. Necrophantasm just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Husky Hog and Necrophantasm are nose to tail for that spot. Shalesy and King Malcolm Merks are also close in the mid-pack, fighting for 13. Husky Hog is climbing up to 7th place. Jerk Plays is also advancing, now in 8. Necrophantasm and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 8. Husky Hog is creeping closer to Ixnabutixel, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Necrophantasm and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 8th place. King Malcolm Ricks is climbing up 1 spot to 12. Dishonored Fox is on a roll, climbing to 17th place after overtaking 5 cars. Jillian Wolf is right behind, also moving up 5 spots to 18. Jarrett Plays just nudged into 7th, gaining 1 position. Captain Trippy and Pondon are nose to tail for 10th place. King, Malcolm Merks, and Captain Trippy are also in a close fight for 11. Triffa 93 just gained 1 spot and is now in 19. Captain Trippy and Pondon are nose to nose for 10th place. Gnavling and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 15. Queen Munda just gained 1 spot and is now 19th. Yungan Stordbu 102 is closing in on Dongradzon 3, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Connor Mality and Plebis 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Jerk Plays is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th. King Malcolm Ricks is climbing to 8th place. Necrophantasm and King Malcolm Marks are nose to nose for 9th. Fishte Husky is sneaking up to 10th. Plebis 3 and Damabos 72 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Fishte Husky just gained a spot and is now in 10th. Necrophantasm and Fishte Husky are also fighting for 10th. Necrophantasm's climbing up to 10th place. Kia Empress is making a move to 24th. DA Empress and Orange Funk are nose to nose for 23rd. Fishte Husky just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Fishte Husky and King Malcolm Merks are nose to tail fighting for 9. Dishonored Fox and Naveling are locked in a close scrap for 14. Younghan Storlub 202 is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Jerk Plays is narrowing the gap on Connor Malady, getting closer by over a second. Fishte Husky is climbing 2 places, now in 8. Gamerboss 72 is closing in on Donderzon 3, like a heat-seeking missile, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. King Malcolm X and Husky Hog are neck and neck for ninth place, probably debating who gets to be the better driver. Dishonored Fox just sneaked up one spot to 14th, making moves like a stealthy cat. Wow, winning at Bahrain? Looks like Jungenstoster 202 just proved they're the fastest on the track. Nice job. Wow, congratulations to Jungenstoster 202. They really showed us how it's done out there. 88th place, no more. Nice work driving that AI car straight to victory. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Well, here's a fun fact for you. In the 1970s, the slow cars racing class was basically the tortoise of the track. They were so slow that sometimes it looked like they were trying to give the faster cars a head start. It's like watching a snail race and wondering if the snail is even trying to win. So, if you ever want to see some serious patience and perseverance, those slow cars definitely had it in spades. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. We don't want any last-minute regrets, do we? Hurry up before the countdown ends and you're stuck with whatever's left. Well, this is quite the classic clash, isn't it? Diroc Official with the big, beefy Pontiac Bonneville versus Jumbo Fiend with the sleek Nissan Fairlady Z. 432. I mean, the Pontiac is a true muscle car from the swinging 60s, probably built for straight line speed and intimidation. On the other hand, the Nissan Z432 is a beautiful Japanese sports car with a reputation for agility and handling. In a race on Oschersleben, which has lots of curves, I'd say Jambofin might have the edge if the AI can handle the winding section smoothly. But if the wide-open straights favor raw power, Diroc Official might just blast ahead. It's a close call, but I'm leaning toward the Nissan Z432 pulling off a surprise win because it's a smaller, more agile beast. What about you? Anyone got a bet or a favorite? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Oschersleben with the 1970s slow cars class. Bob Willow Shrub is starting on pole with a classic 1973 Alpine, a 110-1600 Sight 1. Let's see if that vintage charm can keep up. Id20 Plays has shot out in the lead, followed closely by Willow Shrub and Salmon Day. Looks like a tight start. Alex Has No Brain is climbing to second place. Willow Shrub and Alex are neck and neck for second. Chubby Boy RJ is advancing to fifth. Chubby Boy RJ and Salmon are fighting for fourth. Willow Shrub is climbing up to second place. Alex Has No Brain is right on their tail in the fight for second. Condon is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 9. Alex Has No Brain is climbing to second place. Samun is also moving up to third. Strutting Jarl is making a move to 10. Pondon just snuck into 8th place, edging out James Mist. James Mist and Pondon are now nose to tail for 8th. Dicey Shanes is climbing up to 12th, closing the gap. Autoliatorias is just ahead of Direct Official by a car length. James Mist is holding off Pondon by a nose. Daisy Chance and Jumbo Feenin are wheel to wheel for 11th place. Autoliatorias and Direct Official are neck and neck for 6th place. Daisy Chance is climbing to 11th, and Bubote is right behind in 12th. Autoliatorias and Direct Official are nose to tail for 6th place. Zika Paul just sneaked into the top 16, climbing 1 spot up. Samun and Alex Has No Brain are neck and neck for 2nd place. Chubby Boy RJ just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Willow Shrub and Chubby Boy RJ are fighting hard for 4th position. Willow Shrub is climbing up to 4th place. Dario Official and Autoliatorias are nose to nose for 6th. Bubote and Dicey Chains are locked in a close fight for 11. Samun is climbing to 2nd place. Chubby Boy RJ is making a move to 4th. Autoliatorias is also advancing to 5th. The race is heating up. Willow Shrub is dropping like a stone, now in 17th place. Direct Official is climbing steadily to 6th. Pondon is also making moves, now in 7th. Autoliatorias is driving a 1973 Holden Monaro GTS. They're currently in 9th place, so not quite making the headlines yet, but still in the mix. Sikapal is driving a 1972 Maserati Merak, which is known for its sleek design and mid-engine layout. Looks like he's stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress so far. Id20 Plays is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Strutting Jarl is holding on to 8th place, but James Misk is right on his tail. Bubote and Dicey Chains are still neck and neck for 10th. Just Penchakis and Jambofin are trading positions in the 13th spot. Aleatorius is closing in on chubby boy RJ, shrinking the gap by 3.3 seconds. They are battling hard for 4th place. Just Panchakis and Jumbo Finn are also locked in a tight fight for 13th. Darok Official is climbing up to 5th place. Bubote is now in 10th. Looks like someone's making moves. Aleatorius just overtook Darok Official and is now in 5th place. They're nose to nose in that battle for 5th. Darok Official is climbing to 5th place. Pondon is also moving up to 6th. Looks like they're both on a roll. Wow, U20 plays really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, way to go U20 plays. They really showed everyone what they're made of. Now that's a race to remember. Cheers to their victory. A fun fact about the 1994 Ferrari 512 TR is that it was designed to be a more refined version of the Berlinetta Boxer, offering better handling and more modern technology for its time. It's basically the car that made Ferrari fans go, wow, this is what a real supercar should be, even if it wasn't quite as wild as some of the earlier models. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final selections before it's too late. Don't leave me hanging here trying to guess your favorite car. Get those choices in now and let's see which machine will dominate the race. Wow, what an interesting matchup. The Lamborghini Diablo V is a classic beast from the 90s, known for its raw power and aggressive styling. On the other hand, the Jaguar XJ220 is a sleek, aerodynamic supercar from the early 90s that was ahead of its time in terms of speed and design. Considering the race is at Virginia International South, which has a mix of fast straights and tricky corners, I'd say the Jaguar's lighter weight and aerodynamics could give it a slight edge in agility. But the Lamborghini's brute force on straightaways might give it an advantage if it can stay in front through the twisty sections. So, my gut says the Jaguar might just squeeze out a win, But hey, with AI racing anything could happen. It's a toss-up, and I'm excited to see which one takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Virginia International South. Leading the pack on pole is Bot Schmerzenlive, zooming in with a 1992 City Motor V6. 16T clearly. They've got that vintage supercar charm and a head start. Let's see if they can hold on. Schmerzenlive has taken an early lead. Exclusive Gox is right behind in second, and Double is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Morningstar is making a move, now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. Nonstop is climbing fast, also passing 3 cars to sit in 8th. Yaxin Dabox is on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to reach 10. Morningstar and Double are neck and neck for second place. Mighty Chunk just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Nonstop and Mighty Chunk are also close in the fight for 8th. Exclusive Gox and Double are neck and neck for the lead. Double just nudged ahead into first place. Eliciton at 1095 is climbing up to 11th place. Yesnin 196 is driving a 1992 City Motor for 16T. Their race looks like a slow climb. Currently in 9th place, with plenty of cars ahead to overtake. Morningstar is climbing nicely into second place. Nonstop is making a move up to 8. Mighty Chunk and Nonstop are nose to nose for that 8th spot. Morningstar has took the lead, now in first place. Mighty Chunk has moved up to 8. The fight for 7th is heating up with Mighty Chunk and Yes9 196 neck and neck. Supercar is closing in on Exclusive Gox, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mighty Chunk has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Yesnin 196 and Mighty Chunk are locked in a close fight for 7th. Eliciton at 1095 is climbing to 10th place. Anaxagarax is now 15th. Jambofin is narrowing the gap to Bjorn Art by almost 2 seconds. Exclusive Gox is closing in on Double with a 1.7 second gap. Jade Anburn has moved up one spot to 12. Matthesaurus Rex also gained one spot, now 13. The two are locked in a tight battle for 12th place. Jackson Dabux and Matthesaurus Rex are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Bjorn Art just climbed one place to 16. Jumbo Fiend is closing in on SNR Savage, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Double is gaining on Morningstar Soul, closing the gap to just over a second. They are in a fierce fight for the lead. Mighty Chunk is catching up to Schmerzen Live, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Double is now in first place. Anaxagorax has climbed to 14th. Bjorn Art is in 15th. Looks like the race is heating up. Schmerzenlive and Tales of Strilly are nose to tail for 5th place. Elitsitona Town 95 is climbing up one spot to 9th. Neither Obstarks and Elicitone 1095 are also fighting for 9th. Elicitone 95 is gaining on Yes 996, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Jade Anburn is chipping away at Calicum Bunny, closing in by a solid 1.5 seconds. Jumbo Fiend just moved up one spot to take 8th place. Mighty Chunk is climbing nicely into 6th place. Jumbo Fiend is also making progress, now in 14th. Zero Obstarks and Calicum Bunny are nose to tail for 10th place. Calicum Bunny just nudged ahead, but Nazir Obstarks isn't giving up. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 5th place. Matthesaurus Rex is now in 12th. Jack Shindabox is gaining on SNR Savage, closing the gap by a second and a half. Yambufin is gaining on JD Unburn, getting closer by almost 2 seconds. Jackson Dabox is sneaking up on Ensinar Savage, closing the gap by a little over a second. Wow, Double just won the race. Looks like all those laps paid off. Congrats on the victory. Wow, Double Trouble takes the crown? Congrats to Double for pulling off that win. Looks like they really drove their way to victory. Great job! Sure. Did you know that the Interlagos track, officially called the Autodromo José Carlos Pace, is famous for its challenging layout and often unpredictable weather? It's like racing on a roller coaster that occasionally surprises you with rain or shine. It's where some of the most dramatic moments in Formula One history have taken place, making it a true test of skill and luck. Just imagine trying to keep your cool when the track changes from dry to wet in just a lap. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before it's too late. We don't want any last-minute panic button presses now, do we? Get those choices in, and let's see which car is destined for greatness. Oh wow, what an interesting matchup. Just Panchakis with that vintage Lada. Probably handling with a lot of character, but let's be honest, it's not exactly known for speed or agility. On the other hand, we have Justin Gux, with a 2012 Praga Ra1, a light, agile machine designed for racing. If I had to put my money on it, I'd say Justin Gux has a pretty good shot, especially considering the Praga's aerodynamic design and modern technology. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, and maybe just Pancax will surprise us all. Alright folks, the race is underway at Interlagos, and leading the pack is the ultralight bot Exhaust 21 in 2012, Praga 1 in 2012. Looks like they've got the early lead, but let's see if anyone can catch up. Exhaust 21 has shot to the front right at the start, holding the lead. Dr. Keeps Appleway is right behind in second, and Just Pancax is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already spreading out a bit. Dr. Keeps Appleway just overtook Exhaust 21 to take the lead. Waffling Godders and Just Pancax are neck and neck for third place. The race is heating up at the front. Exhaust 21 just overtook and is now in the lead. Dr. Keeps Appleway is not giving up without a fight. Waffling Godders and Just Pancakes are nose to tail for third place. Dr. Keeps Appleway is now in first place. Keisteflex has climbed to 6th. Maricus is in 8th. The race is heating up. Mutuba is climbing up to 8th place now. Maracas is right behind in the same battle. Indigo Payda is sneaking into the top 15. Legsborn Life is climbing up to 16th place. Globales is right behind, pushing hard for the same spot. Edzos 21 and Dr. Keep Sapaway are nose to tail at the front. Mutuba and Ready Zero Active Vixen are swapping positions in the fight for 7. Maricos and Mutuba are still locked in a close duel for 8. Edzos 21 just took the lead and is now in first place. Lithocarp has moved up to 10th place. Maricus and Lithocarp are battling it out for 9th place, nose to tail. Waffling Godders is now in 3rd place. Justin Gilks has moved into 4th. Lithocarp is climbing into 8th. Mutuba is now in 7th place. Ready Zero Active Vixen is right behind in 8th. Meg's Boring Life keeps climbing, now in 16th. Druar Falls is driving a 2015 Toyota Corolla.T. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery while others race ahead. Justin Gilks just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Waffling Godders and Justin Gilks are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Waffling Godders just edged past Justin Gilks for 3rd place. Radicero Activa Vixen and K-Staflex are still nose to nose for 6th. Interlagos is keeping the leaders tight with some overtakes happening in the middle of the pack. The tight corners are definitely testing driver skills and car handling. Waffling Godders and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 3rd place. Mutuba just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th. Castefex and Mutuba are also fighting hard for 6th. Keisteflex is climbing up to 6th place. Mutuba and Keisteflex are nose to nose for that spot. Lithocarp is sneaking into 8th place. Interlagos is keeping the ultralights ahead with their agility, while the TCS struggle to keep pace on this twisty track. Justin Gilks is climbing to 2nd place. Lithocarp is closing in on Mutube, cutting the gap by a second. Lithocarp and Mutube are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Wow, Edzos 21 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congrats on the win. Wow, Edzos21 took the victory. Congratulations! That was a pretty impressive run. Looks like their car had some serious talent today. Can't wait to see if they can do it again in the next race. Well, here's a fun fact for you. The F01 cars from 1971 were built with a lot more mechanical grip and less emphasis on aerodynamics than today. That meant drivers had to be pretty skilled at feeling out every bump and twist of the track because the cars weren't as glued to the road as modern machines. It's almost like they were saying, "Here's your challenge. Now go impress us." Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so if you want your favorite car in the race, now is the time to shout it out. Don't miss your chance to see those AI drivers battle it out in style. Get your picks in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is a classic battle. Both of these cars are from the same era but with very different reputations. The Brabham BT34 was known for its simplicity and some handling quirks, but it had a raw charm. On the other hand, the Lotus 72C is legendary for its innovative design and agility, especially on twisty tracks like Sportsland Sugo. Honestly, I'd put my money on Vanon 1857 and the Lotus 72C. It's the kind of car that makes you feel like it's got a little extra sparkle and smarts. But hey, Popcorn Slayer with the Brabham might surprise us with some unconventional moves. Either way, I'm just here for the thrill and a good race. Alright folks, the race is underway at Sportsland Sugo. Leading the pack is Bot Tak Nasty in a 1971 March 711 Alfa Romeo Kuwait. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position, or if the others will catch up. Tatsuma Girl has shot off the line into the lead. Taknesti is holding strong in second place. Dr. Keeps Appleway is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Nulavi just sneaked into third place. Dr. Keeps Appleway and Nulavi are still neck and neck for that spot. Rome Spider is climbing up to 8th place. Zealand Fox, 113, is climbing fast into third place. The Empress and Kyosify are still neck and neck for 6th. HP Lootcraft just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Nulavi is climbing to 3rd place. The Empress is now in 6th. Rome Spider has moved into 7th. Looks like the pack is shifting nicely. Kyosify just sneaked into 7th place. Rome Spider and Kyosify are still nose to nose for that spot. Zademojiamis is inching closer to the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Dr. Keeps Appleway is climbing up to 4th place. The Empress is right behind in 5th. Zademojijamis and Rome Spider are neck and neck for 8th. Broxworth just sneaked into the top 10. HP Lootcraft is climbing steadily. Popcorn Slayer and Chirogamirzach are nose to nose for 16th. Axton Hits is climbing up to 14th place. Sikapal is hot on Bun 1857's tail, closing the gap by over a second. Sikapal is driving a 1971 March 711 Alfa Romeo and is currently in the 18th place. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Federal Gamanetsa just moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Sikapal is gaining on Vinan 1857, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. HP Lootcraft is driving a Lotus 72D from 1970. They're currently in the 13th place, so not quite making the headlines yet. Silent Fox, Toys 13, is driving a 1971 B RMP 160. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, over a second slower than the leader. Popcorn Slayer is just behind Vanoni 1857, so it's a close fight. Popcorn Slayer has a slight speed edge with a faster lap, but Vanone 1857 is right there ready to pounce if any mistake happens. Popcorn Slayer is currently in the middle of the pack, but gaining ground, while Vanone 1857 is a bit behind but not out of it yet. Looks like a close finish might be on the cards. HP Lootcraft is climbing to 12th place. Vanoon 1857 is catching Epic Sugar, closing the gap by over a second. Wow! Sumer Girl, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Sumer girl really showed everyone up today. Great job. That was an impressive race. And you definitely earned that victory. Can't wait to see what you do next time. Sure. A fun fact about Maple Valley Reverse is that it's a real challenge because it flips the entire track upside down, making you think you're on a completely different course. It's like racing on a roller coaster with cars instead of coasters. It really keeps the drivers on their toes and adds a whole new level of excitement. Hey everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. We don't want to see any of you missing out on the ultimate AI race. Get those choices in now. Well, with both drivers being kind of mysterious, this race is shaping up to be a real toss-up. Since we don't have much info, I'd say it's anyone's game. But given that they're both in the same Ferrari F-Fat Maple Valley Reverse, I'd probably lean towards the one who can handle the tricky turns better or maybe has a little more guts. So, my money's on Lil Sprout, just because that name sounds like they might be sprouting some surprises. But honestly, it's anyone's race until they hit that checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Maple Valley Reverse with Bottasironi leading the pack in a sleek 2016 Dodge Viper GTS. Looks like he's starting strong, but let's see if he can keep that momentum. Asuroni is leading the race, followed closely by Cherifakitten in second place. Akvati is currently in third, trying to keep up. Cherifakitten is now in first place, and Joy Pastrami and Akvati are still locked in a close fight for third. Katsuma Girl has climbed to fifth. Ready Sarakti Vixen is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yunus Gota leads is also on the move, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 9th. Katsuma Girl is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to claim 3rd. Famaka is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 10th. Gnavling is closing in, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th. Katsuma Girl is inching up 1 spot to 2nd. Katsuma Girl and Cherifakitten are nose to nose at the front. Joey Pastrami just sneaked into 3rd place. Gnavling is climbing up to 10th place. Continuous snatched the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Yunus Gota leads is also climbing, advancing 1 spot to sit in 6th. Akvati and Yunus Gota leads are nose to nose, fighting for 6th place. Lux Ravenous is gaining fast on Deluxe Combo, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Joy Pastrami and Cherifakitten are nose to nose for 2nd place. Yunus Gota leads is creeping up on Joey Vaughn, chipping away 2 seconds. Joey Pastrami just climbed to 2nd place. Joey Vaughn is inching closer to 4th. Asuroni and Joey Vaughn are nose to nose for the 4th spot. Ready Activa Vixen is gaining on Junagotha leads, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Navling is chipping away at Akvati, reducing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Big Boy Bets has climbed 1 spot to take the 13th position. Miramudar is driving a 2009 Aston Martin 177, which is known for its sleek design and V12 power. They're currently in the 13th place, so it looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Yunus Gota leads just sneaked into 5th place. Miramuidara is climbing up to 10th, closing the gap with Lil Sprout. Looks like a tight duel for 10th place. Big Boy Bets is climbing to 12th place. Deluxe Combo is now 13. Abeto Bloke is sneaking into 14. Looks like a little upward shuffle. Ready Zeroy TV Vixen and Asuroni are nose to tail for 6th place. Lux Ravenous is climbing to 15th. Down Toquest is also on the move, grabbing 16th. Yunus Gota leads and Joey Vaughn are nose to tail for 4th place. Ready Zero Activa Vixen just sneaked into 6th and looks eager to climb higher. Akvati is chipping away at Navling's lead, closing in by over 2 seconds. Someone's got a plan. Radioactive Vixen is closing in on Juna's got the leads, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Navling has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Asuroni and Navling are locked in a tight battle for 7. Down to Quest is in 9th place. Quite a gap from Lil Sprout in 10th. Looks like Lil Sprout has the edge for now, but anything can happen in the final lap. Big Boy Bets is gaining on Lil Sprout, cutting the distance by 1.7 seconds. Lux Ravenous is closing in on a Beta Bloke, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Joey Pastrami is chipping away at Kazuma Girl's lead, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Yunus Gottlieb is climbing up the ranks, grabbing the 4th spot. Nermuida and Akvethi are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Deluxe Combo is driving a 2011 Ferrari 458 Italia. They are currently in the 13th place and have a fastest lap time of just over 1 minute and 52 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Radioactive Vixen is gaining on Joey Vaughn, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Pamaka is inching closer to Down to Quest, not letting that gap get any bigger. Wow! Xumer Girl took the checkered flag again. Looks like they're unstoppable. Congrats on the win. Wow, Xumergo really pulled off a fantastic win. Congratulations. That was an impressive display of racing skills. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that Daytona Beach used to be one of the earliest places where cars raced on the beach itself? People would race right along the shore, with waves crashing nearby. Talk about a beach day with high-speed thrills. Now it's a proper racing track. But the history still makes it pretty legendary. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking and soon you'll be stuck with whatever AI car you choose. Make your picks fast, or you might end up with something you didn't want to root for. Alright, so we've got Figure 8 Sport in a 1995 Simtex 951, and Mission Man in a 1995 Pacific PR02. Both are vintage, but the Simtek has that classic racing charm and a bit of a reputation for handling quirks. The Pacific PR02 is also a pretty solid choice, though it might lack a tad in agility compared to the Simtek. Given the cars and the fact that Daytona Beach's sandy surface can be tricky, I'd probably lean toward Figure 8 Sport taking the lead early on. But don't count Mission Man out just yet. The Pacific might surprise us with some slick moves. Overall, I'd say it's a close call, but I'd give the edge to the guy in the Simtek for that vintage finesse. Let's see how they handle the chaos on the beach. Alright everyone, the race just kicks off at Daytona Beach, and looks like Bought and Just Platinum is taking the lead on pole in that classic 1995 Benetton B 195. Let's see if they can hold on to that top spot. Imbus Platinum is leading the race, followed closely by Aerotech in second place. Crystal 33D is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Pace, CAR, is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aerotech and Imbus Platinum are nose to tail at the front, fighting for the lead. Crystal 33 and Aerotech are also locked in a close duel for second place. Crystal 33 just overtook someone to take second place. Crystal 33 and Jim's Platinum are nose to nose for the lead. Rusna Palm 6 is climbing up to third place. Morningstar Sol is climbing up to 5th place. Morningstar Sol and Erotic are nose to tail for 4th. Abomzi and Renault T4 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Jordanite is on the move, climbing up the ranks to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aerotech and Rusnapalm 6 are nose to nose for 3rd place, no room for error. Meanwhile, Morningstar Sol and Aerotech are locked in a fierce scrap for 4th. G-Maxiite is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 18. Windstorm is losing ground, dropping 6 places to 21. Waifuane is gaining momentum, overtaking 3 cars to land at 22. Unknown Tactics is making a move, and has climbed 3 spots to take 23rd place. Aerotech and Morningstar Sol are nose to tail fighting for 4. Abomzi has gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Abomzi and Rinok T4 are locked in a close duel for 7th. Aerotech just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. That's Salty Serena and Morningstar Soul are still neck and neck for 5th. Rinok T4 is closing in on That Salty Serena. Now just 1.3 seconds behind. Rinok T4 and That Salty Serena are battling hard for 6th. Morningstarsel and Aerotech are nose to tail for 4th place. That Salty Serena and Morningstarsel are locked in a close fight for 5th. Abomzi is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Silver Gaming is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. That Salty Serena is gaining 2 positions to sit in 4th. Latinumera is also climbing 2 spots to 10th. Latinumera and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Silver Gaming and Abomzi are nose to tail for 7th place. Latinumera and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Rinok T4 is climbing up to 11th, gaining 1 spot. Beatlifkef just made a nice move to 22nd place. That Salty Serena and Aerotech are nose-to-nose battling for 4th. Aerotech nudging ahead slightly. That Salty Serena is now in 4th place and closing in on Aerotech. Aerotech and That Salty Serena are nose to tail. No room for mistakes. That Numera has climbed to 8th place, making a little progress. Aerotech and That Salty Serena are nose to tail for 4th place. Shalesy is climbing fast, now in 8th after overtaking 2 cars. That Numera and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Imogen Tempest is making a quick climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd place. That Numera is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 8th. The battle for 7th is heating up with Platinumera and Silver becoming nose to nose. That Salty Serena just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Rusnapalm 6 and That Salty Serena are nose to nose for 3rd. That Numera is climbing up to 7th. Shalesy and Silver Gaming are neck and neck for 8th place. Geogyne Miracles is closing the gap on Rinok T4, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Geogyne Miracles and Rinok T4 are also fighting for 11th place. Wow! Justin Platinum really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Nice job! Wow, Just Platinum really sped their way to victory. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Well, here's a fun fact for you. In the 1970s, slow cars racing might sound like a bad joke, but believe it or not, it was actually a serious category. These cars were often called sports sedans, and competed in events where their goal was to finish well, rather than win with speed. Sometimes it took more skill to keep a slow car on the track than it did for the fastest ones. So, in a way, racing slow cars was like a game of patience and precision. Talk about a different kind of adrenaline. Alright everyone, you've got just a few moments left to choose your favorite car. Make your choices quick or risk missing out on all the racing action. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Opel Kadett CGTE from 1977 versus the 1972 BMW CSL, both legendary cars, but very different vibes. The Opel might have some quirky charm, but I gotta say the BMW CSL is probably more suited for racing with its history of being a lightweight, aerodynamic beast. My bet is on Grampy Jerf with the BMW taking the lead early and holding on to it. But hey, who doesn't love a good underdog story? Time will tell. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Apricot Hill Reverse, and look at that. Thought someone is already leading the pack in a classic 1971 Ford Escort Mark 1 RC 1600. Slow and steady. We'll see if that vintage beauty can hold up against the others. The race kicks off with someone leading the pack. Just Platinum holding strong in second, and fell rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start. Basinets Artu is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 15. Boofing in 18 is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 18. Rafael is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to second. Quiz 44 is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Skexy's Bow Pre has moved up to 26th. Patsorts and Grumpy Jerf are nose-to-nose fighting for 27th. Rafael is making a move to take the lead, climbing one spot to claim first place. Osktsarod is also on the rise, advancing one position to sit in 5th. Flaming Buddha and X-Basic Switchix are locked in a close fight for 6th place, no doubt exchanging some paint along the way. Osktsarod just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Flaming Buddha is closing in behind, now only 2 spots away from Osgerod. Looks like a tight fight for that 4th position. Flaming Buddha is climbing up to 4th place. Nirgutsu is now in 8th position. Jebu Ugi and Mutwolf are locked in a close fight for 14th. Takayukibri just overtook someone and is now in 2nd place. The battle for 2nd place is getting intense. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 5th place. Flaming Buddha is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Mirgutsu is hot on Osgezerod's tail, closing by 1.2 seconds. Basic Switchix is climbing up to 8th place, making a move up 1 spot. Flaming Buddha and the other racer are nose to tail for 3rd place. Taknasty nudges up to 9th, inching closer. Theo Art also gains a spot, now 11th. Flaming Buddha just sneaked into 3rd place. Hot Bolognese and Lee Russell are locked in a fierce duel for 12th. Mutwolf is climbing up to 14th. Nergutsu is climbing up to 6th place. Biowart is also moving up to 10th. Looks like Biowart and Just Platinum are nose-to-nose for 10th. Hot Bolognese advances to 11th place. Leruzel climbs to 12th place. Mutwolf and Base Nazartu are nose-to-nose for 14th place. Flaming Buddha is climbing up to 2nd place. Bassetnice Artru is inching closer to P12 Tour. Inbus Platinum and Base Nazartu are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 4th place. Nirgutsu is gaining on someone, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. X-Basic Switch is moving into 8th place. Biowart is climbing nicely into 8th place. Telescope Beamer is also making moves into 15th. Inbus Platinum and Mutwolf are neck and neck for 16th. Looks like a close fight there. Autoliatorius is driving a 1971 Mazda RX-3, which is known for its lightweight and nimbleness. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, currently in the last place among Mazda RX-3s. Not much progress so far. Quiz 44 is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Nirgutsu has moved up to 5th place, also gaining 1 spot. Hot Bolognese is in 10th place, making a move up 1 position. Blaming Buddha is closing in on an Raphael, shaving off a second and a bit. Hot Bolognese is climbing up one spot to 9th place. Oskterot and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 9th place. Wow, Raphael just took the victory. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done, champ. Wow, Raphael takes the victory. Great job. Looks like all those hours tuning the car paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next time, maybe even improve that super speedy time. Congrats again, you earned it. Sure thing. Did you know that ultralight racing cars are so lightweight that they could probably be mistaken for a fancy shopping cart on wheels? They're built to be super nimble and fast, but the real fun is how they make even a simple turn feel like a dramatic scene from an action movie. It's like watching tiny, turbocharged rockets dart around the track. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see these AI cars battle it out on the track. Oh wow, what an interesting matchup. A 2003 Palmer Jaguar JP1 versus a 2019 Radical SR3. Talking about a blast from the past versus a modern speed demon. Honestly, the Jaguar, while nostalgic and charming, might struggle to keep up with the Radical's newer engineering and lighter build. The Radical SR3 is known for its agility and quick acceleration, especially on a track like Shanghai. So, I'd put my money on Gerlovdingman's Radical coming out ahead. But hey, stranger things have happened, especially with AI behind the wheel. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Shanghai with the ultralights class. And look at that. Bot Axton Hits is on pole, piloting a vintage 2003 Palmer Jaguar JP1. Classic car, classic move to start strong. Let's see how this one unfolds. Axton Hits has shot into the lead right off the bat. Gravy Graves is holding strong in second place, and Gerlov Diamond is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Adenut 44 is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 19. Pace CAR is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to 4. Cheru Gamaratsa and Chubby Boy RJ are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Someone is closing in on Brandobuster fast, cutting the gap by 8.5 seconds. Adenut 44 is dropping back, now 7 places behind. Silhouette and Katsuma Girl are locked in a fierce fight for 17. Serotimaliv just gained a spot and is now in 15th place. Serotimaliv and Beanstreams are nose-to-nose for 14th. LXGXLAXE and Wanabakito are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Adenut 44 is closing in on Kilo Juliet Delta rapidly. Just lost a little time. Cheriffa Kitten has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Zekapal and Cheriffa Kitten are nose-to-nose for 7th. Looks like a battle for the top of the midfield. Chubby Boy RJ is really closing that gap on pace. The RR looks like a move is imminent. Cheriffa Kitten and Cherugaminaza are neck and neck for 6th place, so expect some fireworks there. Jade Zulgaming is climbing up 1 spot to 19th, maybe aiming for a top 20 finish soon. Katsuma Girl is climbing up to 16th place. Yamabius is advancing to 19th place. Someone is moving up to 21 place. Someone and J-Zil Gaming are locked in a close fight for 20 place. Screwchamp and Kazuma Girl are neck and neck for the 16th spot. Adenut 44 is closing in on Kilo Juliet Delta, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gravy Graves is gaining on Axton Hits, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Dank Nuggins and Spike PLS are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Scrooge Champ is climbing up the field, moving 1 spot to take 16. Wanabakito and Brandobuster are nose-to-nose for 22nd. Adenut 44 is gaining on Kilo Julia Delta, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Someone just moved up 1 spot to 21st. LXCXNX is driving a 2007 BMW 320 SI. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much progress but not falling behind either. Just hanging around waiting for a chance to overtake. Gravy Graves is closing in on Axton Hits, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Cheru Gamasach and Chubby Boy RJ are neck and neck for 5th place. Spikos is climbing up to 8th place, making moves. Nuggins climbs to ninth place. Connor Mality is closing in on Skozerobs, cutting the gap by a second. The fight for 11th place is heating up between Connor Mality and Skozerobs. Pace CRR just made a smooth move to third place. Connor Mality is climbing fast to 10th, and it's a close fight with Sikapal for that spot. Things are heating up at the back. Girl of Diamond and Pace CARR are locked in a tight fight for third place. HP Lootcraft is climbing up one spot to 13th. Wana Bikido is also moving up one spot to 21st. Coffee Kitten and Pero Gamereza are nose to nose for 6th place. Brando Booster just climbed one spot to 22nd. Adanut 44 is closing in on Kilo Juliet Delta, chopping down the gap by 2.5 seconds. Adanut 44 is closing in on Kilo Juliet Delta fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Pero Gamarisa is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the distance by just over a second. Brando Booster has moved up one spot to 21st. The race for 20th place between Brando Buster and Jayzil Gaming is getting pretty close. Gravy Graves is inching closer to Axton Hits, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to third place, overtaking one driver. Pace, CAR, and Girl of Diamond are nose to tail, fighting for that third spot. Wow! Axton Hits really took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was in the zone today. Congrats on the win! Wow! Axton Hits really drove their way to victory today, didn't they? Big congratulations to them. They must be feeling pretty good about that win. I guess all those hours of practice paid off. Great job to Axton Hits. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering agility, because Nonstop is known for its tight turns and technical sections. Speed is important, but if your car can't stick to the road through those sharp corners, you'll lose precious seconds. Power helps, but nimbleness and the ability to control the car at high lateral G-forces are what really shine here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now or forever. Wonder what could have been? Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the nostalgic lineup. On one side we have Super Siggy with a classy 1986 Alfa Romeo 75. A car known for style and agility. On the other, Lazy Towner with a 1982 Ford Falcon, which has that raw American muscle vibe. Given the track at Nonstop, which favors nimbleness and handling, I'd put my money on Super Siggy and the Alfa Romeo. It's lightweight and agile, perfect for tight corners. The Ford Falcon might have some power, but it could struggle with the sharp turns. So my guess is that Super Siggy's Alfa Romeo will take the win. But don't write off the Falcon entirely. It's got attitude and might surprise us if it manages to find a good line. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Nonstop, and leading the pack is Bot Beth Raylene in a classic 1991 Toyota Celica. Looks like she's got the early lead, but we'll see if she can hold on to it or if the others catch up. Stay tuned. Beth Raylene here has taken an early lead, with Arthroplasm right behind in second place. The Goldnut is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Event Surogai is on a tear, climbing 8 places to 12. Toadette sneaking into the top 3. Hamlet Media and Jazel Gaming are nose to nose for 5th. Hamlet Media is climbing to 5th place. Super Siggy is making a move into 6th. 3192X is closing the gap on Lazy Towner, inching closer by 1.7 seconds. The Goldnut and Toadette are nose to nose for 3rd place. The Vencerogai is slicing into Velocitor 14's lead, now just a second behind. RAF 92 is climbing up to 15th, making moves. Hermit Media is climbing up to 4th place. The Goldnut and Hermit Media are nose to nose for that position. RAF 92 is gaining ground, now in 14th. Jazel Gaming is right behind Super Siggy now, closing in fast. Shattered Pixel just overtook someone to climb to 15. Naturally Unlucky and Reen Neki are nose to nose for 16. Looks like a battle for bragging right. Hermit Media is climbing to 2nd place. The Goldnut is also moving up to 3rd. RAF 92 is gaining on Popcorn Slayer, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Hamlet Media takes the lead, claiming the top spot. The Goldnut is closing in on Beth Raylene, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. They're locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Begoldned is climbing up to second place. Bethralene and Begoldned are nose to nose for second. Toadette is advancing to fourth. Bethralene is really having a tough time, dropping back to 17. Toadette is climbing up to third, inching closer to the front. Super Siggy is making a move, now in fourth, gaining ground. Lazy Towner is driving a 1982 Ford Falcon, starting from 8th place. They're currently in 6th, so they're making some moves. Looks like they're holding steady with a decent pace, but not quite challenging the top yet. Toadette is gaining on Begoldned, closing the gap by 1 second. Shattered Pixel and Wrath 92 are locked in a fierce duel for the 13th spot. Velocitor 14 is driving a 1995 Seat Ibiza Dottai. They are currently in 11th place, but their lap time suggests they're holding a steady pace. Toadette is having a rough time dropping to 10th place. Super Siggy is climbing to 3rd. Ataplasm is also moving up to 4th. Event Surugai is climbing to 10th place. Popcorn Slayer is now 11th. Shattered Pixel is 12th. Looks like a little upward shuffle happening. Gate Silgaming is cruising in a 1982 Holden Commodore and holding 7th place. Looks like a steady run, no drama so far. Super Ziggy is gaining on the Begoldned, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Toadette is right behind Wrath 92, looking to make a move soon. Super Siggy is gaining on Begoldned, closing the gap by 2/4 seconds. Jade Zieming has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Toadette is narrowing the distance to Wrath 92, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Well, look at Hermit Media taking the checkered flag. Guess they've got the need for speed and a bit of luck too. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Hermit Media really took the checkered flag. Congratulations! Looks like all that time spent watching cars race paid off. Great job staying in the lead and crossing that finish line first. Here's a fun fact for you. The NASCAR Truck Series actually started back in 1995 and was created to give fans a glimpse of the racing trucks that are popular at local tracks across America. It's like bringing a bit of that true truck racing grit to the big leagues with these specially built vehicles that look like they could haul a load but are tearing up the track instead. Quite the upgrade from your average pickup. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown ends, and they're all sent into the race without your say. Make your choice before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Two trucks from the same year, so obviously the focus is on the drivers and the skills, right? The Toyota Tundra was known for its reliability and practicality, but I have to wonder how it handles the twists and turns of that oval. On the other hand, the Dodge Ram, also sturdy, tends to have a bit more muscle, so maybe it could have an edge in the power department. Given that it's an oval race and both cars are big trucks, I'd probably lean towards the Dodge Ram for a bit more aggressive handling, and maybe a slight speed advantage. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, it might just come down to who's more determined to win. Let's see which truck can outmaneuver the other on this track. My money's on the Dodge, but don't quote me on that. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Twin Ring Motegi Oval, and leading the pack is bought Oscar Wolf in a 2011 Dodge Ram, starting on pole. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if someone's got a trick up their sleeve. Oscar Wolf has shot off into the lead, holding the first position. Takedo Kibre is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Zap Brandigan is in third, not far behind the top two. Mr. Rush is climbing fast, now in 19th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is also making moves, now in 22nd. Zap Brandigan and Takedo Kibre are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Mr. Roche is on the rise, now in 14th place after overtaking 5 cars. King Chu 22 is climbing fast, now in 16th after passing 4 Anonymous Inity 3 is making moves, now in 22nd after overtaking 3 cars. Kingshu 22 is on the rise, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Honda is climbing fast, now in 15th place after passing 5 cars. Plebis 3 is making moves, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Reiko Harugi is climbing to 6th place. Ruki Muriki is now 9th. Wobote has advanced to 20th. Oscar Wolf is dropping back to 12th place. Zabrandigan is climbing to 1st place. Takido Kibri is catching up to Zabrandigan for the top spot. They are nose to nose in a fierce battle for first. Oscar Wolf is really having a rough time now at 24th place. Takido Kibri just gained 1 spot and is now leading the race. Zabrandigan and Takido Kibri are nose to nose for the top spot. Looks like a battle for the ages. Zabrandigan takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to sit in 1st place. Takido Kibri and Zabrandigan are nose to nose for the top spot. Hondan is closing in on Thomas Moran, cutting the gap by a second. Hondan and Thomas Moran are fighting for the 12th position. Takido Kibri and Zabrandigan are nose to tail for 1st place. Ovidus is closing in on the Foz 84, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Ovidus and the Foz 84 are locked in a tight duel for 3rd. Datsulti Zarena is on a roll now in 5th place. Kingshu 22 is closing in behind in 7th. Hondan is making a move, climbing to 10th. The race is heating up. Ovidus is climbing up to 2nd place. Takido Kibri and Ovidus are nose to nose for 2nd. The Foz 84 and Takido Kibri are locked in a close fight for 3rd. The Foz 84 and Takido Kibri are nose to nose for 3rd place. Hondan and Frogsworth are locked in a close fight for 9th. Beef Slidus is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 12th. Ruki Miriki is climbing fast into 4th place. Kingshu 22 is also making moves into 6th. The battle for 5th between Kingshu 22 and the Foz 84 is heating up. Looks like a close fight. Datsulti Zarena is holding off Kingshu 22 for 6th place. Apex Milkbag is trying to sneak past Serena for 7th. Libis 3 and Ario Serial are locked in a close fight for 13th. Ovidus is inching closer to Zabrandigan, closing the gap by just over a second. Apex Milkbag is making a move, climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Hondan is chipping away at Datsulti Serena's lead, narrowing the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Hondan is really closing that gap on Datsulti Serena. Just a second and a bit behind now. Beef Sliders and Thomas Moran are nose to nose for 11th place. Plebis 3 is climbing up, moving into 14th. Looks like a little push is paying off. Beef Sliders is climbing up to 11th place. Yesterone 33,796 is also making moves, now in 15th. King 22 just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Apex Milkbag and King 22 are nose to nose for 6th. Beef Sliders is chipping away at Frogsworth, closing the gap by over a second. Well, look at that. Brandigan just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Nice job. Wow, Brandigan really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations! Looks like they've got the perfect blend of skill and luck today. I think we can all agree that they totally earned that win. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Lausitzring DTM circuit, I would go with the 1955 Porsche 356A. While it might not be the most modern or powerful, its lightweight design and agile handling give it a good shot at weaving through corners and maintain speed. Plus, it's got that vintage charm that just might surprise everyone with some unexpected performance. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down to pick your favorite car for this race. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time to jump in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick battle it out on the track. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Jack's in the box with a classic Toyota 2000 GT versus the Dreamkeeper in a vintage ZIS 101 Sport. Both are pretty unique choices, but I'd say the Toyota has the edge here. It's a more modern design, so it's likely to handle the Lausitzring DTM circuit a bit better, especially with that smaller, more agile profile. The ZIS 101 Sport is a gorgeous vintage, but I doubt it's built for speed and sharp turns like this. So I'd put my money on Jack's in the box to take the win, but let's see if the old school charm of the ZIS can surprise us. Buckle up! Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Ring DTM with vintage street cars, and leading the pack is Bot Xejax and a charming 1964 Abarth 595S, starting from pole. Let's see if that little classic can hold off the competition. Xejax has taken an early lead. Schmerzen Live is holding strong in second, and Schoolbus Rusty V is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Schmerzen Live is climbing to the top spot. Dipserts is closing in on the lead. Cloudy is making a move to 5th place. Dravo 192 Kex is on a roll, climbing up to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cloudy just moved into 4th place, making a smooth climb. Gamersa is now in 5th after gaining 2 spots. Wangatang 7272 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Gamersa is gaining ground, moving up 1 place to 4th. Cloudy and Gamersa are nose to nose, fighting for that 4th position. Akvaiti is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take 9th place. Gamersa is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Schoolbus FDA and Gamersa are nose to tail, fighting for 3rd place. Rumia Fist 13 just sneaked into 7th place. Akvaiti is gaining on official class alive, cutting the gap by a second. Nermidar is climbing up to 10th, making a move. Jared Place is making a strong push up to 21st place. Jade Selgaming is closing in fast, now in 24th. Defidserts is holding on to the lead, gaining 1 spot to stay in 1st. Schmerzenlieb is now in 1st place. Gamersa is gaining on Defidserts, closing the gap by 1 second. Cloudy has moved up to 4th place. Official Classy Live is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Kyroscope has moved up to 9th place, also gaining 1 position. Billy has advanced to 12th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Gamersa is closing in on DE Fizzards, cutting the gap by 1 second. Rumia Fizz 13 is climbing up to 5th place. Zotsfired is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 6th. Akvaithi and Schoolbus Rustivi are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Double just gained 1 spot to sit in 12th. Wangatang 7272 is closing in on the Hyper 7, chopping down the gap by 2.4 seconds. Dank Nuggins is on a roll, climbing 4 places to reach 24th. Rumia Fist 13 is making a move up to 4th. Zotsfired is also advancing to 5th. Akvaiti advances to 7th place. Billy climbs to 10th. Billy and Kyroscope are nose to tail for 9th. Gamersa is climbing to 2nd place. Official Classy Live is inching up to 10th. Looks like official Classy Live and Kyroscope are locked in a fierce duel for 9. Defits is climbing up to second place. Pero Gamaraya and Defits are nose to nose for second. Official Classy Live is gaining ground, now in 8th. Pero Gamaraya just sneaked into second place. Zots Fired is closing the gap on Rummy is 13. But still a bit behind. Kyroscope is climbing fast, now in 8th place after moving up 2 spots. Cherugamatach is gaining on Schmerzen Live, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Skex's Bill Pre is inching closer to the Hyper 7, now just over a second behind. Nahokaos is climbing up to the 17th spot, making moves through the pack. Kyroscope just overtook someone to take 7th place. Bailey is now 9th after climbing 1 spot. Double is in 11th after moving up 1 position. Billy and Nagvaithia nose to nose for 8th place. Lazy Towner just gained 1 spot, and is now in 19th. Drivone 192X and Lazy Towner are also battling hard for 19. Congratulations to Schmerzen Live on their victory at Lausitzring. Looks like they really drove away with it. Well deserved. Wow, Schmerzen Live really pulled it off, huh? Big congratulations to them. Looks like all those late nights practicing paid off. Hopefully they're celebrating with some virtual champagne now. Well, a Circuit du Var is known for its twisty layout that keeps drivers on their toes. Fun fact is, it used to be a popular spot for rallycross because of its challenging mix of sharp turns and fast straights. It's like the track was designed for chaos, and the drivers love to embrace that chaos. So, buckle up, folks, because chaos is definitely the theme today. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your picks before time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI assigns you. No pressure. Just the fate of your virtual race destiny. Alright, we've got a Airfail in a shiny 2018 BMW 125. I'm Sport and Blackbeard in a 2006 Audi A4 B7. The BMW is definitely the newer, sportier option, with more modern tech, and likely better performance. The Audi, while reliable, is a bit older and might not have the same agility or speed. Given the cars and the track at Circuit du Var, I'm putting my chips on Airfail to take the lead early and hold on to it. But hey, Blackbeard might surprise us if the AI decides to get clever. We'll see if age comes into play or if the BMW blazes ahead. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit du Var with the bot silhouette in the TC A-Class leading the pack. It's a 2006 Audi A4 B7 up front, so let's see if it can hold that spot, or if the other AI cars have a surprise in store. Silhouette has shot off the line to take the lead. Vina 17 is holding strong in second place, while Airfail is hanging on in third. Looks like a close battle already brewing behind them. Cap Holster is climbing fast into 8th place. Budat Saror is making a move into 10th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Budat Saror just sneaked into 9th place, edging out Edzol's 21. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that spot. Who's going to blink first? Blackbeard is driving an Audi A4 B7 from 26. Looks like they're holding steady in 4th place, probably just enjoying the ride. Marty Freeze just snuck into 6th place. Bodatsuro and Cap Holster are nose to tail for 8. Looks like a battle for the back end of the top 10. Edzos21 is driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift, currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Giobina Miracles is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. Looks like a quiet race for now. A tight duel for 2nd place between AI Rafael and Vinhas 17. Bodadzaror is sneaking up 1 spot to take 7th. AI Rafael is driving a 2018 BMW 125 IM Sport, currently in 3rd place. They're holding a solid position but not quite catching the leaders. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute 2 seconds, so they're pushing but not breaking any records today. Delouette is leading in a 2006 Audi A4 B7, which is known for its balanced handling. Their race looks smooth so far, maintaining a solid gap at the front. The tight corners and quick straights seem to favor the TCA cars at the front, but the TCS are struggling to keep up with the pace, especially the older Peugeot and Suzuki. Yamapriest is driving a 23 Peugeot 206 RC, which is known for its nimbleness and agility. They're currently in the 11th place, so it looks like they're struggling a bit to keep up with the pack. Marty Freeze is driving a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge, currently in 7th place. Looks like they're struggling a bit with pace, given their slowest lap compared to the leaders. IRFA is driving a 2018 BMW 125 IM Sport, currently holding 3rd place. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute and 2 seconds, so they're staying competitive, but not quite catching the leaders. Yamapriest is driving a 23 Peugeot 206 RC, which is known for its nimbleness and agility. Looks like they're holding steady in the lower half of the field, but with that car, they might be looking for some late race surprises. Gary Rudinen is driving a 2010 Chevrolet Cruze. They're holding steady in the middle of the pack, but their fastest lap is tied with the 2nd place driver. Looks like they're playing it safe so far. Edzos21 is driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift, which is known for its agility and fun handling. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, but their lap time suggests they're not quite matching the pace of the front runners. Giorgino Miracles is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC, which is known for its nimbleness and sporty handling. Looks like they're struggling a bit with pace, sitting in 10th and quite a few seconds behind the leaders. Raphael is comfortably in the lead with the solid fastest lap. Blackbeard is holding steady in fourth but needs a miracle to catch up. Looks like Raphael might seal the deal. Well, look at that. Silhouette just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to steer their way to victory. Well done. Wow. Silhouette really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations to them on that fantastic win. They definitely showed some serious skill out there. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure. Did you know that the 1937 Mercedes-Benz 125 was so powerful that it could reach speeds over 200 miles per hour, which was practically unheard of back then? It's like the ancient ancestor of today's super-fast race cars, but with a touch of old-school flair. Alright folks, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't make me pick for you, I might choose the slowest one just to mess with everyone. Hurry up before the countdown ends. Wow. This is quite the vintage showdown. Neotexum in the 1937, Auto Union Type C versus Wayne Gretzky in the 1938, Mercedes-Benz W154. Both of these cars are classics and quite formidable in their own right. The Auto Union Type C is known for its powerful engine and lightweight frame, making it a beast on the straight. On the other hand, the Mercedes-Benz W154 has a reputation for handling and balance, especially with those racing innovations of its time. Given the speed and agility of the Mercedes 154, I'd lean slightly in its favor, especially if it can maintain good control through Weatherfield's turns. But then again, the Auto Union's raw power could surprise us if it gets an early lead and maintains it. This could be a close call, but I think the Mercedes might edge out slightly ahead. We'll see if the cars or the drivers, or maybe just the AI's quirks, decide the winner today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Weatherfield Speedway, and leading the pack is Bot Jzol Gaming in a vintage 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. Quite the throwback to the Grand Prix 1930 era. And it's starting on the front. So let's see if that old school charm can hold off the modern rivals. Jzol Gaming is leading the race, followed closely by Jordant, who is in second place, and also holding the third spot. Looks like Jordant is trying to double up early on. Ovidos is on a roll, climbing to 15th place, overtaking 4 cars in a flash. Tyler is making moves too, jumping 3 spots to 20. Adialev is gaining ground as well, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 26th. The race is heating up. Lil Sprout just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Jordan, Jade and Lil Sprout are still battling closely for that same position. Hot Bolognese and GM Prime are locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Indigo Patey is on the move, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Belthanity Beast is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 25th. Wayne Bretsky is having a tough time, dropping 16 positions to 29. The Fods 84 is climbing up to 10th place. Girl of Diamond and Peppas 84 are nose to nose for 10th. Neotexum and Aerafael are doing for 12. Imogen Tempus and Jordanate are neck and neck for 2nd place. Dishonored Fox and Jordange are also battling hard for 5th. Girlov Diamond is climbing up to 10th, just 1 spot away from the top 10. Chazy is closing in on Krikji, like a heat-seeking missile, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Imogen Tempus has just climbed 1 spot to take 2nd place. Lil Sprout and Jordange are locked in a fierce duel for 3rd place, probably exchanging paint along the way. Shalesy is closing in on Wayne Bretsky fast, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Lil Sprout has climbed up to 3rd place. Jordan Hunt and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Jordanite is climbing up to 3rd place. GM Trima and Platinumera are neck and neck for 8th. Shikamaru is closing in on Ovidus, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hot Bolognese is closing in on Jordan, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are battling hard for 6th place. GM Prime has just overtaken someone, and is now in 8th place. Hot Bolognese is really having a rough time, dropping all the way to 29th. Platinumera is climbing steadily to 7th. The Fots 84 is making a move to 9th. The US 84 and GM Prime are nose to nose fighting for 8th place. The Fods 84 is driving a 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. They're currently in 8th place but haven't set a valid lap time yet, so their race looks pretty uneventful so far. Lil Sprout is climbing up to 3rd place. Dishonored Fox is now in 4th. Lin Chiak Body 1 is making a move to 12th. Neo Texum and Gerloff Diamond are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Flincha 21 and Neo Texum are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Husky Hog is creeping up on Iarafeo, closing the gap by a second and a half. Neo Texum advances to 10th place. Binchekov 21 also climbs to 11th. Husky Ho and Iarafeo are neck and neck for 13th. Girl of Diamond and Flinchicot 21 are nose to tail for 11th place. Meanwhile, Iarafeo and Girl of Diamond are locked in a fierce scrap for 12th. Mutwolf advances to 19th place. Duspanchakis and Mutwolf are nose-to-nose for that spot. Gekrishk and Wayne Bretsky are locked in a close fight for 27. Wow, Gzil Gaming just took the win. Looks like they were the fastest on the track today. Well done. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Sitges Terramar track is that it used to be a popular spot for both racing and sailing, making it a true coastal paradise for motorsports and water sports enthusiasts alike. Imagine racing your car with the ocean breeze in your hair. That's pretty unique for a racetrack. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down fast. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we've got Muttwolf in that 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GR3, which is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, and Lakaiju and a 2016 Acura SX GT. It's probably like a sleek, high-tech ninja on the track. Honestly, the Viper might have the edge in straight-line speed because of its brute force. But the NSX GT3's got that reputation for agility and precision around corners. It's a toss-up, but I'd give a slight edge to the Acura for its balance and finesse. Still, in racing, it's all about the moment, so I'll be curious to see how much that Viper can unleash its power and surprise us. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race is off at Sitges. Tara Marin leading the pack is the GT3 class car named Platigami, a 2015 Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Looks like it's got the pole position, so let's see if it can keep the lead or if some of these other bots have tricks up their sleeves. Mutwolf has shot off the line to take the lead. Platigami is holding strong in second place. Le Kaiju is currently in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. JD Anburn is climbing up to fourth place. JD Anburn and Le Kaiju are locked in a close fight for third. La Grand Enchanter and JD Anburn are also battling hard for fourth. JD Anburn just sneaked into third place. La Grand Enchanter and Le Kaiju are nose to nose for fourth. Crazy Sweetbutt and Vagrant Enchanter are also locked in a close fight for fifth. JD Anburn just snuck into second place. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to fourth. And those two, Crazy Sweetbutt and Platigami, are nose to tail fighting for third. Crazy Sweetbutt and Platigami are nose to tail for third place. The Grand Enchanter and the Kaiju are swapping positions in a close fight for fifth. Sputnik NZ is climbing up one spot to 13. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to third place. The Grand Enchanter is also making moves up to fifth. Shotskis and Le Kaiju are locked in a close fight for sixth. Platigami is climbing up to third place. Crazy Sweetbutt and Platigami are nose to nose for that spot. Shotskis is also making moves, now sixth. The Grand Enchanter and Crazy Sweetbutt are still nose-to-nose for 4th place. Rumi Fis13 has just nudged into 7th and is eyeing that next spot. Rumi Fis13 and Shotskis are practically glued together for 6th, making it a race to watch. Rumi Fis13 is on fire, climbing 4 spots to 3rd place. Shotskis and Vagrant Tancher are nose to tail for 6th. Yaki Ramen is closing in on the Kaiju, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Crazy Sweetbutt and Platigami are nose to nose for 4th place. Shotskis just grabbed 6th and is not letting go. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 10th, making a little progress. Yadi Anburn is really closing the gap on Mudwolf now. The Grand Enchanta just climbed into 6th place. Vanya Tang 7272 is making moves up to 10th. Yadi Anburn is making a strong push with the fastest lap. But he's got to find a way past Mudwolf if he wants to win. Bunnies of Doom is driving a 2011 Fiat Punto Abarth. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last place among the TC class races. The Grunt Enchanter and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for 5th place. Unclearly Gaming is creeping up to 10th. Shotskis is gaining on Vagrant Enchanter, closing the gap to just a second. Sputnik NZ is hot on Wangatang 7272's tail, closing in by more than a second and a half. Yaki Ramen is driving a 2006 Audi A4B7 in the touring car class. Dolin. They're currently in 10th place and have the fastest lap among the TC group. Looks like they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leaders. Lady Gami is closing in on Rumi Fis13, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Shotskis has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Bobardo has also gained 1 position, now in 15th. Wow, Mudwolf took the top spot again. Looks like they're unstoppable. Guess the competition better step up their game. Wow, Mudwolf totally crushed it out there. Huge congratulations to them, they really showed everyone how it's done. Looks like someone's been practicing their virtual racing skills. Alright everyone, it looks like the stream needs a quick pit stop for some maintenance. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in just a few minutes with more AI racing action. Grab a snack. Maybe yell at your keyboard a little, and I'll see you shortly.